up, everybody? Cheers, cheers. Happy Monday, everybody, huh? New consoles are upon us. They are here. Welcome. They're here. Well, T-minus however many hours is going to be. Did you see? I just tweeted that out. GameStop's going to have a couple of the consoles. That was pretty cool to see, right? Pretty of a spicy take, a little bit. I wasn't sure if they were going to have any new consoles day of or even selling them in store. It looked like that is the case right there. But look at today, huh? Today's price action across the board, not even just GameStop, but the market and everything. It was up huge today, and then things kind of gave stuff back, and they were bouncing all over the place. And then the relative value trade. How long have we been talking about that? We've been talking about weeks and months, right? And you kind of saw. It was huge relative outperformance initially. Where did everything end up? It gave back some of its gains, but huge relative outperformance, right? And then I guess I bet a question that people are going to have on GameStop, right, is it was lagging, right? It was up. Listen to the thing. So only with a stock like GameStop, people always get pissed with GameStop, right? People who've been long GameStop a long time, like, this is par for the course. We know this shit. But it was almost at 13 today, and yet you see some people who might be disappointed in the price action. I'm like, yo, it was almost at 13 today. Like, this stuff, from my style of investing, this stuff's noise. I thought that was pretty cool to see it almost up at 13, right? I get that it gave a lot of it back. And you did see some of the, like I said, I was talking about relative outperformance, like value type trades, right? A lot of the COVID hit companies were outperforming today. And the thing with GameStop is I did see some folks talking about the stay-at-home trade, right? And to some degree, gaming is kind of tied in with that. But GameStop is obviously a special case, right? And so GameStop's a special case because it's a very, it's a special situation, but it's driven by a much different thesis compared to some of the other value type plays out there, right? And what happens is on days like today, this is just I'm sharing my take on this stuff, is that you have some near-term recent outperformers, even momentum type stocks. GameStop has, when you see this chart, not that chart, not that chart. That's that short term. When you see this chart, GameStop today was more like, it wasn't just value up front, but like tech was getting hit, but also momentum. In fact, I did group, I like this. Momentum was struggling, right? And believe it or not, GameStop, like I've been talking about, GameStop has had that momentum aspect to it too. So those momentum folks had been piling on. And what I'm just getting at is that GameStop has been acting, its price action has been driven by a whole bunch of different variables, which we always talk about on the stream. And what happens is on days like today, at least briefly, right? Let's see what happens tomorrow in the next couple of weeks. This knee-jerk reaction, you should always kind of discount a little bit in your head. But but today, what happens is GameStop's been a great performer, but then everything's relative. People see that other stocks are maybe trading at a discount, and now they could be beneficiaries of a vaccine being distributed and stuff. And so on a relative basis, it's almost like everyone sees, let's pick up some of these other stocks. And maybe GameStop in those people's eyes are just a little bit less appealing to them because, again, it's all that relative trade. So you get these stocks like GameStop, which is a very special situation. Again, it's got like the chart on its side, momentum type stuff. And then people go like, well, let's get into the other stuff, the other value type stocks, right? That haven't been looking as good as GameStop the past couple of months. So that was like... I will say, even I'm surprised it was down 3%. I'm not saying like this was my prediction that we were going to be down 3%. I ain't saying that shit. Even I'm like, damn, that really gave some back, right? But as far as it like being flat or not, I was more expecting it not to perform as well as some of the other positions. Well, we'll see in a second, right? The Roaring Kitty portfolio, right? Everything went gangbusters today, at least for a bit. I saw 20%, 30% on some of the names. Let me just pull this up actually because look at some of these moves, right? And this is a 34%. Oh, wow. PBF, 34%. I didn't even see it was that high. 21% in P10, 19%. So, like, you could see, like, on a day like today, like, just these positions crushing it today, right? Is that value trade? Let's see if it sticks. But we've seen this before. This happened in 2019, too, where some value was outperforming for a little while, and then it gave it all back. You've seen this so many times over the years. It's important not to get too ahead of yourself, right? That's why it's not just the knee-jerk reaction. Let's see what happens over time. But, vaccines big news. They're assuming, it takes time for it to get manufactured and then distributed and so forth, but it's big news for some of these COVID hit companies. But that stuff takes time. But then also IWM too. This was the big one for me. We've been talking about this on the stream a lot recently, right? That's a big break. Give it a couple more days, couple more weeks, but it finally broke that 167, 168. Actually, this isn't really. Did I ever adjust this for like dividends or anything? Well, I mean, it's just a clean. That was a really big break. This is the tailwind in particular I see. But right now, GameStop's still that special situation type. In my mind, you might have a different perspective. That's fine. Hope maybe we'll talk about it in the stream time. I'm super curious what y'all think. But that was why I was that's how I was thinking about this today. And importantly, it didn't even sell off as much as some of the other. That's the thing. I don't think it was really like a stay-at-home type play, right? It was just kind of selling off. It wasn't in favor as much as some of the other names out there, so it kind of just stabilized. But we were almost at 13 today, and again, I think this is for my style of investing. This is good. It's holding up well. I got the charts up here too. So look at this. It's got almost a new. This is developing into a new little mini trend line right there, right? But it's going to be news that drives this one. Make no mistake. New consoles here tomorrow. Clearly, sentiment isn't going crazy or anything. Yeah, we did. I didn't pull it up. But the GameStop Black Friday deals, they got that stuff going. We were talking about last week. I know Rod was talking about this a much too. We probably going to be more PR this week based on past console cycles. But whether it's substantial remains to be seen. We'll have to see. Like, what is it, the 9th right now? And then we got probably earnings in about a month. Maybe that's where we get bigger news. Who knows? But right now, I think, I got it up. The Reuters article, right? Did I get it up? Oh, shit. Did I just close out of it? I thought I just had it. Oh, shit. I retweeted. Whatever. The Reuters article talking about GameStop, the article, really not much. It's been fairly quiet around on the GameStop front. No one really talking about it, and the sentiment still kind of, it's caught a bid. Make no mistake over the past couple of months, but it's still just hanging around. And for my thesis, I'm a broken record now, but this is good that it's holding up for as long as it's holding up, because I expect, and of course this is my thesis, but I expect the news that we'll be getting in the coming, not so much weeks, but months and quarters and years is going to be like undeniably bullish. That's my take. You can disagree. And I just think that it's good that it's holding up in these double digits for now. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're in week 6. And then you had but today's kind of interesting because you had big sell-offs in some other stocks, right? Big sell-offs, not so much GameStop type stocks, but even still, like today was a day where if people just wanted to sell off, just give me a reason to sell off a stock, and the market had a reason, and GameStop's holding up past 3 weeks. So, I mean, obviously many of us are still waiting for not just holding up, but really for the price action, right? But it's still, in my mind, this box. It's all gravy, baby. Like, I don't, it doesn't even register with me. And so, I mean, it'd be nice to get up to that $15, $16 range again, but really, I don't think you're going to I think that just comes naturally if we get more bullish news, positive, whatever. But then it's that break above that I'm really super curious about. Like, what would it take to break above that, and how big does the news going to be? Because it'd just be some big earnings, like a beat or even forecast, blah, 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 usual upgrades, the usual stuff. But I'm like, you start breaking up that 18, 19, 20, that's like, oh boy, okay. So in the meantime, just chill, grab a beer. I don't know what to say. But new consoles, this is sick. I was thinking to myself how the new consoles are here, right? What's the market cap? And that GameStop is still available at $750 million. It's still available. I mean, we don't know what cash is right now in mid-November, right? But it's right trading around that cash, which is it's just pretty impressive to me because of that upside optionality that I can envision. And I just think, wow, this is impressive. That every once in a while I'm like, damn, the sentiment's impressive. The price action is still holding, in nothing crazy or anything like that. And maybe it doesn't come, maybe it doesn't, but I still think it will, and that it's dragging as long as it has. I guess I should be less and less surprised because of how long this has gone on now. You know what I mean? I mean, I've been as bullish. I mean, I keep on thinking that the setup is looking as bullish as it's ever looked. I've been saying that for a couple of weeks now. I've been in it this whole damn time. We shouldn't be surprised by that, how long it takes that sentiment to change before people really can see the value. And you can also understand people wanting to see more from the management team, like stuff more tangible. Even I myself have been talking some of that stuff up. But that's the thing. I assign a higher probability that it's coming. It's just the timeline that is to be determined. What else was there? Oh, is this it? Oh, this is it. Oh, so this is cool though. The talk about they were quoting, who was it? Wedbush, right? But even you got Reuters talking about GameStop having a 30% market share. Okay, well this is cool for me. I mean, like, part of my original thesis was that GameStop, like, that mind share, right? I'm like, I feel like what was being priced in was GameStop's imminent, like, obsolescence, right? And I'm like, yo, they still got a tremendous amount of market share, and it was it was a bit absurd to me how heavily the market was discounting that market share in 2020. Talk about it transforming itself, right? But even that legacy business, I'm like, a lot of people still shop there, and this is important for the downside protection, right? And so that it was even good to see Reuters even talking about this, quoting Wedbush saying how Walmart and GameStop are, they still have a huge amount of the market share, right? And in particular, I keep saying this, but that the early years of the cycle, right? Physical discs, accessories, GameStop's attachment rate, according to them, is way, way higher than their industry peers and stuff. According to them, I'm like, all right, if y'all say so. I can't really measure that myself. And I just think those are and people tend to skew physical in the early years. I'm like, that downside protection, it has been a huge, huge part of my thesis. And I hadn't really heard much on the whole market share type front from media sources too much recently. You see a whole bunch of numbers thrown out, but this is the most recent one. I thought, wow, 30% right there coming out of Reuters. I'm like, that's impressive. And I saw who was this? Justin. Cheers, Justin. I hadn't seen this just yet. I'm a week behind. I hadn't seen this, but this is Bill Miller. So Bill Miller's been He's written on GameStop a number of times over the past 12 months or so. Famous value investor. We talked about a couple months ago now. He was bullish on Bitcoin too a long time ago. I think still bullish probably, but it was a huge part of his portfolio. But he was talking about GameStop in this front on his recent letter. But and so that was good to see, right? I like to see because they've written about it a long time, and I was kind of following the story there. But it was good to see that they don't have a huge position in GameStop, but even still, just someone like Bill Miller still seeing that same shit. I thought that was good news. And I don't have it up to the page. I won't go right now. But what else did I got? Oh, people talking the $200 price point again. You know what I mean? That's that huge potential upside, right? But you see this shirt? Hey, cheers to whoever made this shirt. Oh, this is sick. Yo, did y'all see this? This is great. This is terrific. Oh, I was dying when I saw this, huh? I couldn't believe it. Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. Got to. Cheers to I don't know who it is, but that was awesome. Oh yeah. That was short. Well, in Rod, and so I saw some people, TJR. Cheers to TJR and Rod. They were kind of sharing some insights that it appeared as though the same-day delivery was rolling out in some additional cities this weekend. GameStop, so the last we had heard was from October 19th that they were only in select cities. So I don't know how many cities are rolled out in this weekend. We'll know soon enough, but talk about great timing for these new consoles coming out, right? And who knows how expansive that is, right? Maybe it's not expansive, but if it is, expect some new PR talking about that shit. But I saw a couple different cities. I thought, all right, this is good. Right before. That was a good article. Why the future of retail is offline. Okay, was there stuff? And there was stuff I retweeted. I guess that was it. Cheers, everybody. That was it for the moment. It was really just there's nothing else to report, right? New consoles, it's here. And we've known about it for months and for years. Some of us, I feel like some people took a while to understand that they were gonna it was gonna play physical discs and stuff. But we've known for a year, and then they're here, and GameStop's still available at a decent price, in my opinion. And we'll see tomorrow. We're gonna get to see the long lines and stuff. I'm eager to see that. Eager to see people just on social media talking about it. I've been reading a lot about it. Like I said, it was increasingly seeming like people were picking up on the right story. It's kind of faded a bit because GameStop hasn't released too many like hard news items like typical Black Friday sales and stuff, but nothing beyond like that Microsoft partnership since then. And so it's kind of faded a bit. But remember, people were kind of getting on the right page as to how GameStop's reinventing itself and how it seems as though they were kind of on the right path. So let's see what happens tomorrow and the rest of this week. But it's exciting that it's. I mean, as long-term GameStop longs know, it's been a long time to get here. And like a tremendous amount of my downside risk was just getting to this point, and now we're here, and it's a bit exciting. I mean, I know everyone knew this was coming, and it's not like the quarterly earnings are in yet or anything like that, but here it is, November 9th. I've just been thinking about this November day for quite some time. So welcome, everybody. Let's go. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I figured out what the issue was, but OBS wasn't connected to YouTube. So my bad. I'll fix it for next time. Steve Stonk. Welcome, Steve. Okay. Oh, Steve, you see the Matrix? I had that Matrix one up, and then when I saw you do the Matrix, Jeff, I'm like, oh shit, I gotta post this one so Steve can see that. Oh shit. Here's a work for. Okay, it's funny when people were saying here's a work. Okay, so you just say the same thing. Nordic just been dropped today. Retail rallies, vaccine that shorts claim GME needed, and then it comes. Yeah. So Steve, I was just talking about that, right? Similar. I know, right? So that's why I posted. It was worth noting how GameStop was a loser from April to May to June to July to August, right? I mean, many folks already know that, but when you see that, I saw so many people talking about the working from home trade and so forth. But it was, We'll see it the next couple of days. It's just that knee-jerk reaction is always a little bit curious. I'm like, all right, let's see what happens. But GameStop is a really unique type stock in light of many people, myself included. It's easier to just classify certain stocks as it's this type of stock or that type of stock. But sometimes it's a little bit difficult to classify not just sectors and industry, but also the style of stock. And GameStop's kind of in that special situation category right now, where I still think IWM generally could be a tailwind, but I think GameStop now is in this range. Remember, it's up. It's already tripled. The Russell's catching up. That's the thing. That's what I mean. Like they got to catch up. And in the meantime, the market's like, all right. Let's get some updated news here. Let's see what's happening. And that's what I'm thinking about it anyway. But all right, let's keep going. Eduardo, welcome. Happy Monday. Anything to yeah, I know. Well, that's the thing. Today I wouldn't think too much into today's price action. That's what I'd say. I'd just say it was pretty cool. We were almost at 13. I know we're at 11:50, but do you see, like, today's a good example of how none of this, I know everyone has a different style, but for my style, none of this matters. We were just at 13, and then we dropped 10%, and there was no news, there's nothing happening, you know what I mean? Like, that's how the market behaves at times, and that's why I think it can be a huge advantage to just keep that hand steady, you know what I mean? You're just like, yeah, okay, this is what it's doing today. There was a bit, like, you know what I mean? We're almost at 13, then it was at low 11s, I'm like, huh? Even I was like, what's going on there? But what was the volume? 6? No volume again. Oh, I really think this is, it's been really low. You know what I mean? Like, no one's buying. People need not everyone, right? But so at this point, it's clear people need a reason to buy more. They're not just going to pile in. It's not as that crazy bullish sentiment that people are just going to pile in. I think people want some more. But look at all, this is really low volume. I didn't even pull this up today. 7, 6, 4. You had that quick brief 11, 5, 7, 5. And remember, because of all that short interest, how many shares are actually out there to be traded? This seems to me really low. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, you know what I mean? Like that short ratio type stuff. If stuff were to happen, still, this is only like. Oh, when do we get short stuff today? Is it today or tomorrow? I think it might be tomorrow. I forget. Well, if it's today, what happened on the stream? It was like 8 p.m. or something. That's sick. Hey, George, welcome back. Welcome back, George. Jorge, what's up? John Dunn, strange day. Definitely a strange day. That's the thing. It's strange day with, like, across the board, across a whole bunch of stocks, not just GameStop. It was kind of like, I think we talked about last week pre-election, right? The market, it's that uncertainty. The market kind of doesn't love uncertainty, right? And if it has a little bit more certainty, that's bullish, because people, like, they have a little bit of they're more it increases higher probability to whatever their outlook might be one way or another. You know what I mean? They're a little bit more bullish, more confident in their opinions and stuff when they and then so you have the election rounded up. Of course, we had election results reported this weekend, and then the vaccine type stuff, and that's all like, the market's like a little bit more. It can see out a bit further. Do you know what I mean? And so the market's like they're reacting. You know what I mean? Oh, it's like trying to figure out what it wants to do, and it's kind of going all over the place. Let's give it a couple of days. You know, all else equal, you like to see value outperform. All else equal, you like to see that value outperform. Where was it? Oh, it was the best performer today, right? How many weeks, years at this point, right? But I feel like it was underperforming even last week. Whoa, NASDAQ was down 1.5%, huh? Damn, okay. Henry, what up, Henry? What up, Henry? Who cares? What up? Oh, they were all down too. So, yeah. So, thank you. There were a whole bunch of comps out there. Who cares saying Best Buy, Bed Bath & Beyond. I didn't. Target, Walmart, they were down too. How much was Best Buy down? Oh shit! See what I mean? Look at this. 10%. I missed that. 10%. $13%? Holy shit. 4%. I mean, that's a huge company. That's a $77 billion company. A little bit different. How much was Walmart down? Oh, no. Wayfair. Okay. What was Walmart? 1.5%. Wow. Okay. Oh, I did see that. Yahoo Finance. Come on. Wow, I didn't see it was that. Yo, thanks. Who cares? I had looked up, quickly looking at a whole bunch of names simultaneously. I didn't really dial in by end of day. You know what? I did it earlier. Look at that. Some of these kept on falling. Yeah, so in that light, some people were saying this GameStop did hold up relative to, again, GameStop's a little bit unique, right? It's got, but it's got some overlap with some of these companies. Kind of interesting. David Chen. Welcome, David. Welcome. Hello. Henry, what's up? Steve Stunk. Oh yeah, it's always late. Yeah, my bad. Oh, those are mutual fund type things. Or yeah, there wasn't anything big, was there? I didn't see. I mean, I wasn't looking, but I doubt it. Yeah, no, this is kind of noise. This is not much. These are the 13 Fs. It's 13 Gs and 13 Ds that are much more meaningful for what that's worth. Okay, so George said the same thing. GME and other value retailers slipped today. Be very strong tomorrow. That's the thing. So I view this as I think that this is like I say this every once in a while. I feel as though the market messed up a little bit today by misclassifying GameStop, however the hell it decided to classify it, to salvage sell off 3%. And so George is kind of saying how it kind of fell along with some of these other retails, but will be strong tomorrow. I mean, I have no idea what it's going to do tomorrow. I wouldn't say that it would. I have no forecast about tomorrow's price action, but yeah. So right. So George, I agree with this though. George talking about how people trim to invest in other value plays. So that's the thing. You know what I mean? That it's all relative, right? So the market's like, well, GameStop, some of these other stocks have attractive characteristics too that I'd like to own that too. I was just kind of waiting for news on the vaccine. You know what I mean? It was kind of people just were just waiting to get that move back over there. So I mean, I agree with you on that front, George. But that's the thing. Like some of these other stocks don't have a major catalyst arriving this week. That's not to say that the market isn't aware of it or that it's going to take weeks and quarters for the free cash flow to be generated. But even still, for that sentiment type thing, it's kind of interesting. And it's part of the reason probably why GameStop held up a little bit better. But we'll see. This will be easy to say in hindsight, but I feel like we might even look back to today's price action and be like, market maybe messed up a little bit today in light of blah, 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 blah. Tech down too. Yep. Oh, yeah, Rod, right? Cheers. Welcome, Rod. Oh, REITs were green too. REITs and oil. Oil was crushing it today, huh? That was sick. Huge move. What was it? I mean, a lot, as you know, a bunch of the plays in this Roaring Kitty model portfolio, a bunch of them energy, right? And some of them were up huge. I mean, PBF, huh? Look at this chart. Got to watch it from here. Let's see. The insiders never did end up buying. Bummer. Remember how I said keeping a close eye on that. Bummer. What's that? The fourth? No. Compensation. Okay. Okay, what else we got? Okay, talking REITs. GameStop won't stop GameStop. Yeah. Searing. Hey, Searing's got his popcorn. All right. I could go for some popcorn. Sick. Oh, welcome, super saucy. Welcome. I forget. Cruises. Yeah, cruises. I mean, cruises they're one of the biggest, right? Like vaccine plays, arguably. Yeah, Hugo, that song. Yeah, it's a decent song, Hugo. It's a decent song. What can I say? CIT. Oh, you found me on Twitter. Sick. Welcome to the stream. We got a new one. Welcome. Yeah, Mark. It was unusual day. Yeah. So Henry's pointing out that again, insanely up big. Oh, look at CIT. Welcome. CIT saying long GameStop for 2 years, still not used to the 10-day intraday swings. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I was saying how you get used to it, but even for some folks, like it can. Maybe you're used to it, but you don't like it. You know what I mean? It's like all over the place. I wonder how many CIT Kit. We'll say Kit. Kit. I wonder how many intraday 10% days they've been over the past 2 years since you've been long, right? I'd be super curious. We could probably calculate it, right? I'm sure we could just pull the data from Yahoo Finance, just calculate the lows to the close, or the lows to the highs rather. Oh, so Myth, welcome Myth. So Myth saying once saw the sell off, stay at home. Yeah, figure we close above. Yeah, it held up. Yeah, I didn't even see how how much those other ones were down. That was like it did fall smartly near the end of the day, which I think a lot of stuff did. Right, there were some comments. But check this. Look at me, long term investor pulling up a 1 minute chart, huh? Unbelievable. One day, I just wanted to check something. I just saw like, so it got like, it hadn't been crazy oversold, right? This is a 1 minute chart, right? I mean, talk about marginal analysis, but I was just, because it started falling so quickly. Look at that, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. I'm like, wait a second, what's going on there? So I pulled it up just to take a peek, and there was quite a bit of down volume there, right? And then, but a huge, the largest volume of the day, right? I stepped right in there as it was oversold. I don't know if those was sales, buys, I don't know, but I was like, oh, okay. And then it rose a bit right there. I don't know what that means. Don't ask me. It's just, I said, oh, that's interesting. Yep, Super Sassy saying, yeah, index action, reflation trade, short covers, limit sales, yeah, all over the place. That's why, boy, you know, like day traders, you would think a day like today is super, or is today's, you would think today's super tough, but I don't know. I think for me, I'm just like, well, let's just see what happens for the next couple of days. But boy, if you're day traders, what do you even do with the day? Or I don't know. Maybe it was a good day to day trade. I don't know. Just seemed like a tough one. Oh yeah, we'll be updated today. Jay Booth, welcome. Yep, crazy day. It's funny how we're all saying crazy days. You don't get days like this where it's not even just us. I saw other people saying it too. Where everyone's kind of like, what the hell? I mean, it's great news on the vaccine front, of course, right? I mean, if it's 90% effective, if that shit works, that's just tremendous news for the world. And then, I think it was just like, again, if that works, as everyone's hoping it works, if you're the market, you're always like, oh, geez, how do I even price this in? How much of it is partially priced in? It's like difficult to digest. It's such potentially good news. That's the thing. Like I always say, it's about, you can have really good news, right? But there's always a question of how much is priced in or isn't priced in. That's the real difficult stuff. How much is a stock or the market going to react to the news? You know what I mean? That stuff's difficult to forecast. The in-house stock. Okay, talking that stuff. Yeah, with the video game stock. Okay, so some of the, yeah, I saw that, some video game stocks. But it's like a lot of these types, right? We're seeing a lot. Okay, so. Oh, I think everyone has a limited stock myth. I think everyone does. Hey, Blessed. What up, Blessed? The fact that GME is still trading this low is a bit concerning. No, I don't think I would agree with that. Oh, I mean, if it's concerning, I can't not agree with how you're feeling, Blessed. For me, I just mean I'm not feeling that way. That it's not concerning to me. The fundamentals are what drive this. And other than that, I would say maybe if a chart was breaking down, you know what, it's a bit of a reflection as to what sentiment is out there. But I see, again, y'all know my opinions on this, but this is why I keep on sharing these charts just so you can see where my head's at. Nothing has changed in my mind. So that it's still trading low, you know what I mean? That's what I was saying earlier. It's just kind of par for the course for this stock. Negative sentiment is so pervasive. In people, you can see the short interest. The short interest itself is a reflection of that pessimism. You know what I mean? And so if it comes out today or tomorrow, whenever it is, and it's risen or it's super high again, that's view that as like how the market continues to view this stock over the long term. Even though many of us strongly disagree with that, but with that still out there, it's heavy. And so that's my explanation for it. As far as the fundamentals go, I don't see anything yet that concerns my thesis, right? I don't not even register for what that's worth. Blessed, it's annoying. It's annoying. Don't get me wrong, right? It's been annoying. I'm inured to the it's been annoying for 15 months. That's what I mean. It's like I joked in that GameStop video that I uploaded. It's like I'm joking, right? But if you're long GameStop, you might need a beer to be in this shit. It's just, that's the thing. You can kind of tell who's been long GameStop a while. You're like, all right, here we go again. Same old shit, just a different day. Hey, Kazi, welcome. PR today was not very exciting. Yeah, I'd agree with that. It was, it was good. You'd expect that, right? You'd expect that any given year that there's going to have, let me pull it up. You know what I mean? I should have done that. exciting from a shareholder perspective, just to be clear, because I can imagine that some folks, some folks tracking GameStop to go purchase stuff there, right? That's probably good news for. I mean, good news. It's noteworthy news. Where the hell is this newsroom? Okay. Oh yeah, so Super Saucy saying given Sony data that they already sold more in pre-order than the first 4 weeks of last console. Seems like a sellout based on huge demand versus supply shortage. Yeah, I mean, this is just not going to be. I think supply is the issue here, right? I mean, everything's going to be sold out. That was good. I was happy to see the bundles and stuff. Did they? Or they announced it on Twitter. Yep, as Rod says too. Absolutely demand overwhelming supply, right? It's just a ton of demand, right? Which is important. And I mean, a lot of people know that already, but it's why we keep on talking about it. Why it's GameStop has a huge edge in these early quarters and in years. Okay. GME selling. Yeah, exactly. So Steve Stonk says. So that's always just talking about the bundles. Look at that. Steve Stonk says the same thing. GameStop can sell every Xbox as a bundle and it would be gobbled up for a while. That's the thing. And I know maybe you can imagine some customers if they didn't want to get the bundles, they're like, you would be annoyed by that. You know what I mean? Because they just want it. But there's so much demand that like a company like GameStop is going to bundle shit. And I agree, Steve. I think everyone's going to gobble all this up. It is. It's not just not just GameStop, but a lot of these retailers will probably do that. But especially like this is GameStop's bread and butter. You know what I mean? They specialize in this shit. And also, and here's the thing too, Steve. To go along with this too. Well, I mean, there should be probably plenty of the games out there and stuff. But I mean, there's going to be a lot of people even picking up some used games, selling in used consoles. Like there's going to be a lot of traffic on this front too. And again, GameStop is the dominant player on there. And this is downside protection. But I feel very. This is where my confidence is largely derived from. Is how confident I am in that downside. You know what I mean? And every incremental thing we talk about, I'm just like, yep, this seems good. That's going to have adequate free cash flows to support that downside. Oh shit! Oh, we filled up. Welcome everybody. We got 60 people. Cheers. All right. How far back? Oh, I'm not too far back. Okay, 666. Hey, who cares? Thank you. Who cares? Appreciate that. People in the chat too, right? They're you can thank them. Yeah, okay. Welcome, EO. Welcome. There's not much to nothing. I don't see anything noteworthy today. Oh, Flux revived. Welcome. I'll take this opportunity, Flux. Welcome to the stream. This is general education, this channel, so no real advice to be given, right? Because as I always say, it could be for some folks on the channel that GameStop, the individual stock, may not even be a good stock for people to buy as an individual, right? So I always say, sit down with a financial professional, someone who can learn about your personal situation. And I know I'm a broken record saying that, but I really mean that for folks. But yeah, so that's what I mean, Flux. It's difficult to, it's not possible to give advice for those sorts of things. I can only share. I share from a general education standpoint my more high risk type approach, investment strategy. And so that's the thing. Like I feel like that's what I can share on this front. And for that on that front, right? So first of all, Flux revived. I have a couple of videos on my channel that talk about my investment style. It's very aggressive and it may not be suitable for a lot of people, but that's my style and that's what it is. And so for my particular style, I would just say I'm in this box right here in my mindset. I have a time frame too. It's not just, so when I say, I have a higher risk strategy and my time horizon may differ from a lot of folks too. I'm like a longer term, generally speaking, longer term investor relative to some folks out there. And so that's the thing, like these types of moves, I'm like, whatever. But as far, like I said, general education, even remove GameStop from this is kind of small, but forget GameStop. But just when you're in this like technical setup like this and you're kind of like boxed in an area and stuff, generally speaking, what you would do is it can be a good idea to maybe add on pullbacks down to the low range of the box or the technical support or whatever it might be. and then maybe trim on the higher end of the box. You know what I mean? That's like, this is marginal action, right? My style is grounded in the fundamentals, right? That's where I feel you can get some of the strongest returns. But this is more marginal type stuff, like small adds and small trims. But that's the thing. So just as a reminder for folks, I'm a value investor. Like, big wins for someone like me is buying not when the chart looks good, but when the chart looks like shit, like right here, when there was no one tuned into the stream. When no one's tuned into the stream, but some of us, right? Some of us in the chat we've been long a while, right? But these are the charts where you may be establishing the position or averaging into the position over time. And now at this point, when it starts to rise and maybe it starts to give it a bit more of an elevated valuation, then it becomes more nuanced decisions like adding and trimming and so forth, and those types of things. Plus, whether something's an outright buy really depends on your personal strategy. Like, I'm often going for, like I said, like 3, 5 baggers, sometimes even 10 baggers for stocks. And so for me, certain things are still a buy, but then for other folks, it's not. So that you know what I mean? The answer is always, it depends, right? It sucks, but that's always what the answer is. But good. I mean, a legit question, Flux, and welcome. Yeah, so that's the thing. So Super Saucy talking about one announcement and stuff. So that's the thing. Like, that's what I say. These are nuanced. These are like marginal decisions. I feel like I need a new word besides marginal. These are marginal decisions. Like, as Super Saucy, like, it's the fundamentals the types of stocks that I deal in, it's the fundamentals that are the driving force behind this stuff. As Super Saucy says, I mean, you get one major announcement, or for some stocks, one major bearish announcement, right? And you're at a brand new level. That's something to consider. Is like, that's what I mean. Like, this box type stuff, marginal. You get one major announcement that changes people's outlook on GameStop, that they've found a way to leverage their 60 million Power Rewards members, right, as an advertising platform. How many times have we talked about it? If you get an announcement on that, people are going to start thinking differently about GameStop, and then the chart doesn't matter. Its stock could just potentially take off. You know what I mean? And so anyway, I kind of agree with Saucy's sentiment there, with regard to the fact that one news announcement can just change everything. That's not to say it will happen or anything like that, right? But that's how my style of investing works, is that I'm not blah 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 blah. Yeah, so Super Saucy saying price on a rise to pullbacks. Like, I'm kind of in that. Like, it was nice. We were in mid-10. Weren't we in mid-10s? We're in mid-10s. I'm like, damn, that's kind of that's a good. Oh, we were right below. Remember, we fell below the box. And for some folks might see that and they might think, oh, well, that's bearish. And that's why I said, for my style, like, just dipping your toe in, just going one day below the box, no big deal for me. I always want to see that follow through, right? Many folks, that's nothing too unique. A lot of folks are like that, and then you bounce right back up, right back into the box. And now it's up a little bit, but not too much. Yeah, so I kind of agree. So, I kind of agree. So they're talking about that, where that downside is a solid. That's what I think I kind of agree. And then I talk about the chart, but there are also some buyers of the shares, some large buyers of the shares in that $8 and $9 range. So these are the types of things that can help support that. It doesn't mean it's completely limited. There's always down. If the whole market sells off, right, every stock will go down. But from this marginal type analysis, those are the types of setups I like to see. A pullback down to roughly technical support, in that area of technical support, and ideally with some potential buyers in there. And we had Senvest buying in the $9 range. We had Ryan Cohen buying all the way from $4, $5, $6, $8 into the $8 range, right? I mean, you don't have this too often, where you I kind of agree with Rod. You know what I mean? That's all you can say. There's a solid bid there. Doesn't mean the price couldn't crash right through it, but as far as a setup goes, that's a really good setup to have. So I agree with Saucy and Rod there. Oh, Flux, you got it. You were waiting for a mid to high 10 entry. Oh, I think you got it. That's the thing. I was just trying to remember myself. See what I mean? When I switch between the two, you can't see that. Wait, I think I had it open. Ah, shit. I just want to remind myself, did we get into the mid-10s? I think we did. Yeah, we did. See what I mean? That's the thing. Just quick educational type stuff. When after a stock has sold off for 5 days, no one wants to no one wants to buy it. But if you're really dialed into the thesis, you kind of know how the stock price is behaving. You kind of know. This is why I said, you can't be shaken out by just a one-day move. On the flip side, you might view it as a buying opportunity. You know what I mean? But what happens is it gets tough to pull the trigger for some folks because they just see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and then everyone starts thinking, oh, this was a false run up. You know what I mean? It was a false positive, and that's people start thinking like that. Whereas people who understand the fundamentals and are dialed into the what we believe to be the right story could understand, oh, that might be a good opportunity to add to it a little bit. You know what I mean? And we're not even that much above it, but you legit got to those 10. You got to 10. Yeah, you got to 1030s. Wow. Yep, and I kind of agree with Rod too. And that upside, right? You get in that range, boom. And this is the short-term one, but even you see it on the long-term one. They're kind of crossing a little bit that 15, 16, 17 range. So that's kind of like that short-term mindset, but as like, you know what I mean, the adding and trimming, opportunistic small adds and trims. But that's what I'm seeing too. That like 10 to 11 to 15, 16, $17 range. And really, no matter what, even if we pop to 15, we can pop to 15 tomorrow, and not much changes for me. You know what I mean? It's still like stay the course. Let's just see. I want to see. I want to see my thesis unfold. You know what I mean? Yep. As Rod says, if you get that longer term outlook, this stuff it's important. Again, educational channel here. It's important. If that's the style you're gonna adopt, you don't really worry about this stuff too much. Cheers, Rod. Cheers. Look at that. Rod talking about $100 plus is by January 2023. January 2023. What is it? 2021. Oh, okay. So just over 2 years. Yeah, that's the thing. I've been talking about how I can get it's not necessarily the likely outcome or anything like that, but that's the thing. I feel as though some people can't even imagine that that's a legitimate possibility. And I'm like, oh, that's definitely a legitimate possibility because of some of the, oh, did you see that? I hope people like that. I hope you found it helpful. Do I got it here? It was, whatever. The graphic that I tweeted out, right? I included that in there, trying to share the thesis, my thesis, that maybe some people disagree. Oh, what am I doing? My profile. Where is it? This. So I include some of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like this is good. So I got the bullet point list here. For me, I can get to these. I mean, I know they sound crazy high price points, right? And this shit takes time. This isn't like this isn't like short squeeze type thesis, right? This is fundamentals based thesis, and that shit takes time. But like when I think through these different items that a company in GameStop's unique position can potentially execute on, I think, yep, I can get there. I can get to quite a bit of free cash flows with something like this. And whereas I'm kind of surprised that other folks hold, or if they can, they just. But this is the thing, GameStop's many investors out there have been ascribing a very low probability to many of GameStop's paths, like bullish paths, for the past year. So it's nothing too absurd to me. Like no one, it seems as though not many market participants want to assign a serious probability to like this first bullet point, number one. You know what I mean? That they just can't replace any of the new and used physical disc sales, and then a lot of this stuff, and then their position in the industry. And so that some of this stuff is dragging on. I'm like, all right, this is still this type of stock for now. But so we're talking about that price target. So yeah, I don't know. But it's grounded in these types of things. A successful execution of many of these bullet points. In particular, just number one. It's just successful execution of replacing or countering the reduced new and used physical disc sales with one of these. Now you can say, well, I don't think they can do this. I don't think they can do that. That's fine, but you have to do it. You know what I mean? Whereas that's okay. You can argue to the cows come home about these ones, right? These couple of bullet points, but that's the argument that should be being had. I almost think it's I keep on calling it a red herring to be focused too much on the declining legacy stuff. You should be arguing that it's not possible to replace some of these with some of these ones. And if you think that, why is it not possible? Do you not think that, I mean, Microsoft just kind of proved that certain vendors are willing to partner up with a company like GameStop for whatever their reason is. And that's why it would be helpful from the bullish standpoint to hear more about those types of partnerships. So some of this can become a reality. Things like PC gaming, etc., that shit just takes time. They're already doing it. But for people need to see it executing on a quarterly basis. So that's not going to happen overnight. The ad targeting platform, that could be something that's very, very valuable, but we haven't heard much about it tangible from the management team, just that they could be potentially working toward that. Esports, we need more clarity on something like that, but that's the thing. I think the thriving backdrop, it's real, it's legitimate, and so I can see a potential path, Rod. Hugo. Yeah, so who cares talking about that volume? Yeah, it's just not much. Even with it's even less volume. I mean, it's even relatively low volume. I feel. Cheyenne, yes sir. What's up, Cheyenne? Welcome back. Polygon, welcome Polygon. Cheers, mate. Oh, tech GameStop, yeah. That's right. Yeah. That's the thing. Like everyone knows this is coming tomorrow, but we'll be. I'm still very curious to see the price action through the end of the week. I'd say. Without material news, I doubt we break one way or the other. Excuse me. Before I doubt we break out of the box. That's what I'm trying to get at. But it could elevate. It could bid it up a little bit to the higher end of the box. Could, but this is guesswork. Make no mistake. I don't know. It's guesswork. Oh yes, but yeah, Burry, Michael Burry, you are. I saw Burry tweeting about value today. Burry, you're invited to the stream. You're probably here, Burry. You here? Welcome, Burry. Welcome to the stream. Today's your first day. It was exciting to see you talk about some value shit out there, right? Oh yeah, Jordan. Oh yeah. That was today. He was tweeting about value today, but that's right. Jordan had tried to get him on board too. It was worth the shot, Jordan. I'm like, come on, let's see if it works. Hey, maybe someday it works. Who knows? Thank you, Jordan. Fundamentals don't always drive the price. Just look at the past 2 years. I'd agree with that, Kip. And I'm a fundamentals focused value investor. Oh, what a rotation out of. Oh, I missed this about PM miners and into oil plays. Yeah, that was quite a move on oil. So and how do I know? Because the Roaring Kitty portfolio. And it's been feeling it a little bit like the past month or so, but it can turn quick. That's why I mean, let's again, you got to see if it sticks, but that's kind of how that value angle works, right? You just tilt toward where there appears to be value trading at a discount and just wait. And sometimes the market is just looking for. I say that the market's looking for a reason, and we can say that it's pinned to the vaccine hopes and so forth. And wouldn't say that doesn't have anything to do with it. I just say it just seems like something kind of triggers that reversion to fair value. Sometimes it takes longer than others, but something tends to come around to trigger it. Hey, Pose, welcome back. Been a while, Pose. Welcome, Pose77. Cheers, mate, huh? Talking stimulus and stuff. Think it was due for a bounce, oil and stuff. Some of those oil names were trading very cheaply, in my opinion. And I know some folks kind of disagree with that. It's still, still super. Can I do oil? Does that work? It's still, you know what I mean? Like it ain't out of the wood. It's still, this is WTIC. West Texas. It's like, what is this? 1 day? This is daily? It's like, this ain't shit real. It's a big move, but I've seen this many times before. We'll see if it sticks. But sorry, what was just making me think about that? I forget. Oh, so Jordan, okay. Oh, Jordan liked the PR. Do I got it out? Yeah. How come Jordan? Like the PR. These are needed to show us what they are continually working on. Nothing earth-shattering, but I thought it was good. Yeah, and if it's the first of a few, it's cool. I'd be surprised if this were the only PR, right? As Rod was talking about, was it in 2013? They released like 4 things. So there's probably going to be more, right? Especially console-related stuff tomorrow. You'd have to expect. Hey, Tiny Gamer. What up? What up, Tiny Gamer? Welcome. Oh, Steve Doug says, somebody on Twitter is going to live stream from the GameStop line that he is standing in. Is that for real? Search GameStop. Okay. All right, I'll try to track that down. They're live streaming. All right, I got to track down that link. That's sick, Steve. We're certainly losing momentum. Who cares? Who cares, sis? We're certainly losing momentum. Do I have anything momentum? Oh, I was just gonna pull up the chart. Oh, I got too much shit open, you know? What's this? Nothing. I'm gonna X out of the Miller. I'm gonna move the Miller thing. Oh yeah, so this is worth pulling up actually. This isn't what I was looking for, but look at momentum, huh? I mean, I don't know if that's where it ended the day. 22%. I think growth 14%, right? And we talk about GameStop's going to be valued as a growth stock. Maybe not. Maybe we don't want that. Maybe we don't want that. Oh, no, wait, never mind. No, I'm kidding. Quality. You know what I mean? What an odd, unusual. Let's see. I mean, that's a value. It's a value shift, right? But one day, I've seen this before. I remember seeing it. I want to say I started seeing big, huge moves like 3, 4, 5 sigma moves or something, and like what was it, August or September of last year? It's happened even before then, but I remember seeing it last year. Be like, that's an interesting move. Nothing came of it. So like these, you always get to see if it sticks for at least a couple of days or a couple of weeks, at least the starting point. But this is how it's still noteworthy, right? It's still noteworthy because it's like, geez, something to. It's unlikely. It at inflection points. This is where we talked about this with GameStop, right? Because everything comes back to GameStop. At the inflection points, the market go, and it tries to correct fast, and you see a lot of volatility at those inflection points. But nevertheless, while it's early, it's still noteworthy. It's like, all right, okay, let's keep an eye on this. Maybe it actually is turning. And then this is a big. Remember, I pulled this up for 2013 because it served as a tailwind for GameStop back then. Can I do this real quick? Watch this shit. So this is IWM. This is the Russell 2000, which is a somewhat good indicator of like smaller cap stocks value. It's followed by a lot of people. There's potentially better comps out there, better indexes to really nail it down. But what was it? Oh no, I want to go back even further. Watch this shit. Okay, so then you came out of the lows, and it came right up here around 2011, then started selling off. If you remember that August 2011, the U.S. dollar was, there was a lot of stuff going on the China front too. Boom, 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 and the market like really took it on the chin, and then got right back up there, retested that previous resistance in March 2012. This took time too. This is 2011. A whole year passed. It finally got back to retest and then sold off again, right? They're talking about adding and trimming these small moves. Sold off again. Got right back up there. And then that triple top, if you want to call it that, and people kind of watching it. It breaks above it a little bit. Sells off again. But now it's like, now everyone's like, yo, if this breaks, let's go. And then wouldn't you know, gap up. Gap up. Look, on January 2013, right? Everything's probabilities. That's not to say this is exactly the same, blah, blah, blah. Y'all know that. But then, boom, that was January 2013. And this was when the new consoles were coming out and served as a tailwind for all value stocks that year in a big way. Boom, 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 boom. Then it kind of leveled off, boom, 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 boom. And that was the next 6 years for you. And for some folks, that's an eternity. And I'm just like, yo, that breakout was a decent indication as to what was coming. You know what I mean? That's why I'm a value investor. I never even used to use this shit. Now I'm like, all right, I'll at least pay attention to it. And so, boom, hit that high. Boom, hit that high. Boom, got real close to it. Got real close to it in October. Then, boom, breakthrough. Let's see if you get the follow through. But I'm like, damn, this was over, again, a long time. What is this? Over 2 years, going on 2.5 years. I'm like, wow. We've said this, we mentioned this a number of times in the stream. We'll look out for that breakout above that 168, 169, 170 range. Now, I was thinking 170 in my mind, nice and clean, round number. And then you got it today. And then relative to some of relative to some of the factors that had been working, things like tech and growth and so forth, you want to see that, you kind of need to see that divergence, because that's what happened. Just like we were talking about with GameStop today, some folks seeing more attractive deals with other COVID hit plays, and they just leave GameStop alone and they move on to the other ones. It's the same thing at this like larger level of like everyone kind of wants the large and large stocks, tech stocks, growth stocks, momentum stocks. They want that stuff. But to really have them move back into like value and small cap stuff, they need to kind of sell off the other stuff to move into that. So, you know what I mean? So it's the chart. It's kind of what you're seeing today on the relative basis, but well, you need more time to see. But all else equal, right? All else equal. So we talk about momentum. I'm not worried about the momentum. We've already lost. I'm not too worried about the momentum. We've already lost that like really short-term bullish like giddiness. As soon as we broke through this, as far as I'm concerned, in the whole we tracked the market instead of holding steady as the market was dropping. What was that, 2 weeks ago now? Look, time flies, right? I feel like time flies. I always say to my wife, I'm like, hey, time flies. So be a long-term investor, because before you know it, your thesis is coming to fruition. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but that's the thing. So we've lost like that very short-term momentum, but as long as we're still in that box, I'm not worried. Oh, yeah, no, don't know, Rod. Don't know. What was I going to say? I forgot. There's some phrase I was going to say. I can't remember, but yeah, no, nothing came of it. Haven't heard anything. Yeah, Polygon going straight up for almost straight up for a while. That wasn't going to last forever. I know that's the thing. That's what I always say. Like, some people I want all else equal. I want that shit to keep going up, right? Boom, boom, boom. I want that Steve style squeeze, right? I mean, all else equal, I want that shit. But like, it's it shouldn't be your base case, and things don't usually go straight up all the way through, right? So it's but then people get annoyed, and I'm just like, yeah, well, I not that anyone here is, right? I just think it can't be that easy. can't be that easy. You gotta earn them gains a little bit. You know what I mean? Oh shit. Okay, just trying to get caught up. Am I behind? I'm a little bit behind. Let me go. It's in the stocks. Yep, so Tiny Gamer's saying we just need eyes on this stock. It's so obviously undervalued right now. Oh, yeah, so obvious to some of us. I mean, I think so. And volume is low, right? No one's buying it. That's it. So I see a lot of people talk about shorts and stuff, and I'm like, yo, no one wants to buy it right now. I think people are quick to, and again, it's a talking point, right? Even I myself am super curious about how this unfolds, because I don't understand how this unfolds. I don't understand that level of conviction of the bear thesis. But I think people are quick to point to the shorts, or people kind of bet against stock. I'm like, if people wanted to buy the stock, people would be buying the stock. And when you see that volume where it is, I think just no one wants it yet. No one wants it yet. Kind of got those short-term Momo folks out. The chart's still holding up, and that's why I think that helps maintain the current level. But if you want to break through this 16, 17, 18, you're going to need some performance. You need execution from the company. That said, I'm still of the opinion that this is how value investing works, though, where it can remain at this undervalued level for quite a while. I mean, it's been in my opinion undervalued for 12 months. So another 3 months or another 6 months, that's kind of it's like, yeah, all right, that seems to be how the market is kind of thinking now. They're like, all right, well, this is your new level. This is your new level, but you're going to have to give us more. I want to see you. I doubt it's going to be, I don't know, maybe a huge beat on Q3. We talked about that a bit, but I was just thinking more news on the transformation front. You know what I mean? Or maybe it just takes performance. Like maybe it takes 2, 3, 4 quarters of tremendous free cash flow. That's a legitimate possibility. That sentiment just remains heavy for such an extended period of time. I keep on thinking that I don't know that that's the likely case, but I'm prepared for it. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think that makes people really look at the fundamentals. Yeah, that's right. So the fundamentals, exactly. That's right. That's how as Rod's saying, most people are going to realize when it's too late. I So that's kind of so. Let me can I just run with this for a little bit? So the opportunities are for our style, and I think Rod's style and a number of other folks here. The opportunities for our style are when a stock is trading very cheap to what our estimated fair value is, right? But the perceived risk is substantially high from other market participants. So for the people who dig in and kind of are actually looking at the financial statements and doing their best to subscribe to the right story and understand what's unfolding here, it's not particularly risky, right? That's you can't say it's not risky, right? Because of traditional metrics that are used to assess risk, but that's I don't know if irony is the right word. It's kind of the irony of it, where there's not that much downside risk at these discounted levels, but the other market participants perceive substantial risk and they think, no way, bankruptcy, blockbuster, physical discs are going bye-bye, brick and mortar retailer hit by COVID. You know what I mean? That's what people latch onto, and they don't really dig in. And so for them, there's just too much risk that it's not even worth it. And then what happens is kind of what Ron's talking about here, is then what happens is slowly the story gets out to the masses and gets out to the other market participants. But because they didn't dig in deep and really try to understand what was happening here, they didn't have the full story. And so because they didn't have the full story, they thought it was way riskier or super unlikely and blah, blah, blah. But as the story gets out there, and I'm telling you, part of it is because the damn price is just rising. It sounds crazy, but just because the price starts rising, it drives sentiment. People start really believing that it can turn around, even though not much has even... What has happened? You got Ryan Cohen taking a stake, and then you get the Microsoft news, right? Which some people are still continue to say is not game changer stuff, and yet the stock price is up 3x. And like I said, you were starting to see people pick up on the right story. And then what happens is kind of what Rod's talking about. But then it's not too late per se, because it's adequate for their approach to investing, where they go, okay, well now it's less risk, there's less uncertainty for me, so now I'm willing to get involved. And now they're willing to step in, or maybe it's maybe it's after a huge Q4, and that's when people are getting on. And sure, maybe it's at a higher level, but those market participants don't care as much. It's the value investors buying at super deep discounts who want to get that, you want to gain the whole way up, whereas other folks might just want to get the incremental gains in the up top. So I suspect that other folks will come around to it. It may just take time. Yeah, when was the last big volume day? Good question. Good damn question. Look at this. 11 isn't even that much, October 30th. So you got to go back to... 11 is the average right now, I recall. 11? 11. 11.5. Boom. 11.546. 11.5. Okay, so that one was a little bit above. 13, 16. So going back to October 22nd. Really, since first half of October, it was going crazy. Remember, following the Microsoft stuff. You know what I mean? This is why it's marginally important that the stock price has held up, because volume I think it's dried up a bit. And if there weren't buying support, if there weren't support here, the stock could have just... I've seen it happen. I've been invested in stocks that just keep on falling because no one was there to eat it up. And it was just an ephemeral... Hey, there we go. Look at that word, huh? Ephemeral. Bid up or whatever it was, and it just can't sustain. GameStop is sustaining on this low volume, and a whole bunch of other stuff I talked about. I'm sorry. I'm broken record. Okay, just scrolling through. Hey, Kit, what's with the hat? I don't know. I just thought, I thought it looked good. Got a cat on there too. A little bit of a cat. Does a puma count as a cat? I feel like that counts as a hat. Counts as a cat. Counts as a hat. Counts as a cat. Okay, so Polygon says GameStop has already shown enough to tell me it will survive 4+ years with online growth. So yeah, to pull this back up. With great online growth in the Microsoft deal, and apparently they have similar console allocation as Microsoft 30. Yeah, so I agree. I agree with you, Polygon. You know what I mean? Like, such a big chunk of my thesis was this. Can you see it? 1, 2, bullet point number 3. Industry-leading position. Talk about 30% market share. Dramatic cost reductions. They successfully executed on this front, and it's like the market doesn't. I really don't think the market fully appreciates what they've done on the cost front, and I think it's. I don't. Will it be apparent in Q3? But Q4, when you pair those those cutback costs, as revenues are cranking and free cash flows are cranking, I mean, it's just going to be abundantly clear how well they've done on that front. That's how I feel. Maybe this is what I mean. I will be proven wrong if I see Q4, Q1, Q2. I'll be like, damn it, it wasn't as meaningful as I thought. But as of right now, I do think it's meaningful. And then the just improved inventory turnover. There's high demand for the shit that they sell in the first couple quarters and first year. Like, this is my downside protection. Very high free cash flow. Then I say very high free cash flows next 24 months. I even think I think it's cheap based on the legacy business alone. I think that. And then you get these. Where's it going with this? To Polygon's point, I'm with you on the 4+ years. I mean I still see it that people are still bringing into question the likelihood that GameStop's going to survive, and I mean I can't say it's 0%. But it's just talked about too much, frankly. Okay. So Rod says on the Roy, do I got it open? Rod clarifying on this figure. Where's that figure? Right here. Rod saying that it might be an antiquated figure, just an old comment where shares were. I don't think. Yeah. So it did seem very clean, didn't it, Rod? 30%, 30%, 15%, 15%. No one else. I thought, all right, yeah. For me, seeing it mentioned in the Reuters article, sentiment-wise, I think, wow, that it's even being mentioned in there, right? But of course, when you start getting into the specifics of this type of thing, I don't even know what the exact figures are. And this is my crutch. This is always my crutch. It doesn't even matter that much to me because I just needed to be sure. Watch that first GameStop video of mine. I just needed to be sure that GameStop was still relevant. People still shop there, and that its market share wasn't like 5% or something. And that I feel confident in. That so I don't. I mean, obviously, you may be totally right, Rod. That maybe this figure isn't up to date as to what importantly. Who cares what its market share was in the past? This is what Rod's getting at. What matters is what its market share is going to be moving forward, right? And perhaps it's not 30%. I was going to say I think even 30% is higher than the figure that's in those presentations, isn't it? It's not. It would be in. The Restore game. It wouldn't be in GameStop's presentation because I don't recall them ever talking about market. I included this in the video. I just can't remember off the top of my head. Shit, I can't remember which slides. Nah, whatever. No, wasn't it the high? Yeah, it was high. Yeah, look at this. So this wasn't that's mind share. It was this one. Oh shit, what page is it? Okay, so it actually was 30%. I'm pretty sure I definitely brought these charts up in my one of the GameStop videos that I uploaded. This is just a survey though, right? This is just it was asking a question. It was from the bespoke Intel. In fact, all the data in here was from one survey, which you need to be aware of. But it was GameStop 30%. And then Amazon was 32%, right? And it's not even listed, to Rod's point. See what I mean? And then Walmart's down here. This is not true, accurate, precise market share calculations. They were just noting the decline, and then where's the mind share? Ah, shit. That wasn't even the one I was looking for. That's good. Right here. Where would you purchase a new game? 28% Amazon, 26% GameStop. Where do you prefer to buy used games? 40%. Obviously, GameStop dominates that shit. So I didn't remember precisely what they were, Rob, but I'm like 30%. I'm like, okay, but it was interesting to see it mentioned. I'm like, whoa, okay. But yeah, you often see Pactor and Wedbush. They're quoted frequently in GameStop related stuff, huh? Hey, Jen, welcome, Jen. Welcome. Happy Monday. Oh, I don't think that's right. Who cares? We haven't had a single green day without news. I think that's wrong. Yeah, we definitely had big days. Maybe you talk about big, huge days, sure, but I'd say that's par for the course with any company, right? Who cares? Ah, shit. It hopped on me. Hold on. Yeah, I know. As Tani says, you shouldn't bank on this type of thing, but it's conceivable to me that the right press release, and again, that shouldn't be a base case, but the right press release, stock flies. You know what I mean? And a big part of that is just because it's undervalued, but there's some other variables too. And yeah, and I certainly don't think it's likely like something like a dividend, but I agree with you like that on the short side. Like if they ever did announce a dividend, again, not likely. But you know what? But Barry talked about it. That's right. Yeah, so he talked about the dividend a bunch. All the letters are in this single filing, by the way. It's pretty convenient. This is his 13D that Scion filed in April of this year. But he says this, all this creates the opportunity to enter 2020 with dramatically reduced share count, along with a multi-fold greater impact per share for every single other achievement from management. Consider as just one example that if the turnaround is successful and if GameStop were to shrink its shares outstanding to 30 million through the share repurchase, the $157 million dividend that was just eliminated would pay out around $5.25 per share. So not that he's saying or I'm saying it's not like it'll dividends like, but if it ever did happen, everyone would want those shares back to collect that dividend. Of course, that's what I mean. As an individual investor, being short that, like, and see how much cash they have in the books and stuff, and be like, oh, I don't know about that. Hey, peace out, Rod. Have a nice night. Have a nice night, Rod. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Time for some Disney booze. Hey, what's up, Christian? Welcome to the stream. I've been involved this time. Had invested in GameStop way back in the day, prior to the last console cycle. Actually, wow, look at this. It's more than 10 years ago. Wow. No, it was right around here. It was a pretty timely purchases. Maybe I didn't. Maybe it was a little bit in the low 20s and then down here. Pretty timely. And then, but this time around, mid 2019. Been involved since mid 2019. As a lot of people were, right? Because that was when Bari. I mean, it turned out that was when Bari was getting involved as well. Although it didn't. You couldn't know that because it also appeared as though he had just sold out. No, because you only thought that for a week because then his letter came out. But after they cut the dividend, and then as they were announcing the Dutch auction and stuff, I was like, all right, now this is getting. It needed to. It wasn't super appealing for my analysis. It wasn't that. I didn't think it was that cheap back then. When it was trading at like $7, $8, when there was still 102, it was trading at like almost $1 billion. I'm like, I don't know. I didn't like it at $1 billion. And then it got huge sell-off on the dividend. So that's the thing. So some people, they see they got your dividend cut and they run. They go, oh, this is a shit company. And I think, ooh, now it sold off like 40% that day, if I recall correctly. And I'm like, now you got my attention. Now maybe there's something here. You did the right thing of cutting the dividend. And then the next day they announced that Dutch auction. I'm like, yo, okay. Maybe they're going to do the right thing. That was the first sign that management might know what they're talking about. But that's the thing with the turnaround like this. You got to trust the management, and like initially, I didn't know whether or not to trust their execution. That's what I mean by trust. And then as time has unfolded, it has appeared as though they've been doing the right thing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Polygon adding to special dividend? Pfft, maybe. Simon Chol, what's up, Simon? Okay. No, John. I mean, it's possible the market would view it as bearish, but it depends. I don't think so. I think the dividend. John's saying maybe the market would view it as bearish, but I don't think so. Number one is they'd like to collect the dividend, and right now, a dividend might be whatever they ended up paying might be very a high percentage of what the current market cap is. But number two, it would signal to the market that the management team is confident in their financial situation and where they're headed and blah blah blah. And I think it would be bullish. I think it's very unlikely that happens. It's fun to talk about just to say what's the potential impact, especially with this reduced share count and stuff. But if they're serious about turning around their business, they need all the cash they can get. That's why we keep on talking about it'd be better suited for buybacks. For the past, it's way better from a capital allocation standpoint. It would have been much more effective to buy back shares rather than issue the dividend, and that still remains the case right now, in my opinion. But I don't even. It's not even base case that they did that. Yo, Mr. Beep beep boop 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 boop. Now, for people who don't know, the robots, that's the robot shorts. We don't know who it is or how a human could be on the other side of this. You know what I mean? So it's got to be those robots. Beep boop 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 boop. It's got to be. Hey, Cody. What's up, Cody? Welcome back. Alex Vu, welcome. Yeah, people talking about buying. So that's the thing. Like it's tough for me too, from an emotional standpoint. Buying. Did I still got it? Like it's tough for me buying on like huge when it's like things are really overbought. That's the value investor in me. And that's the thing, So you can still, so it was super overbought. You know what I mean? Like it's hard for me to buy when it's crazy overbought like that. I kind of need it to pull back. And if I miss the opportunity, I'm like, whatever, who cares? Like and then I'll buy in, and then it runs. But it's hard for me. Like I always need to wait for that pullback because I feel so dumb if I buy into it. So like that's why I've been paying more attention to these like box type things and stuff. It's a way for me to have probably an illusion, but to feel like I'm a little bit more in control with my buys and sells. You know what I mean? Oh, look at that! I backed out a little bit. That's kind of helpful. And so when it was like, so I think I had this box had drawn at the time, I forget, but I think, remember we were looking at this? We almost certainly were. And then we were kind of thinking that 15, 16, 17 already, that was the top of the box. And so in theory, that could be a good time to, again, general education, not so much for GameStop, to instead of be adding, to be trimming. That's what I mean. Like, how else would I know as a value investor? How would I know when to do what, I think it's a little bit helpful to lean on this type of stuff. I think I'm still testing. That's why I say it's marginal analysis. I don't know. I'm still testing, but it kind of works out. I kind of see it work over and over again. Not in like these aren't recommendations for like short-term day trading type stuff. I don't know, but it's a good supplement to my value investing style for me. So it looks like I could probably update this line, huh? Check this shit. This is becoming, so I mean, this was super, what the books say is that usually the 45-degree angle on the line tends to be the more reliable 45. Like it's when in doubt, you just use like 45 degrees. So when you have them super steep like that, the trend lines like that are like eh. But it looks like we might be able to do that one soon, huh? I won't do it yet, but it's kind of building up. It's kind of, I'll move it later. Hey, Philly Steaks, Philly Steaks, what up? Oh, Philly Steaks, PBF kids, sick. Philly was talking about that shit. I think Philly was the only one. Pretty good, huh? That dip to the low fours. Let's see what it does from here, huh? They didn't buy Philly, huh? I was tracking management. I was hoping that they would have bought something. I mean, it's low fours. But even still, it was. I mean, they were buying September 30th, so in the high fives. Yeah, that was a big move today. 34%. Look at all this shit. Actually, let me sort. Sort by 9. Whoa, CNK was up 45%. That was in the portfolio. So was CCL. Now they're small positions, but they were all positions in the portfolio. Oh, RLJ. That was my go-to REIT. EBIX. So some of these are smaller positions because I've trimmed the shit out of them. PRTY. Look at that one. Yep. PBF. My recent ads have been timely. CPA. Wow. I forgot I still had that. Look at this. Look at that. Look at how green these are. I hadn't sorted by. Holy shit. Some of these are real small. Make no mistake. See, like 0.01, they're just in the position to continue tracking them. Jeez. Good day to be a value investor, huh? No shit. Wow. What was down? Oh, that's a small. Camping World coming back. Yep. Atlas Air. Yep. Some of the metals. Home Builders coming back. Okay. I've been trimming those the whole way. Yep. Those have been huge winners so far. Peabody. That thing's toast. That's official. Peabody's toast. That's it. If you couldn't get bid up today, nah. It's got to be. I mean, I've long been thinking this, but did they announce something today? Metals got hit. All right, but everything else was winner. See, this is why it's. I don't want to go too heavy into any particular one because it can be tough to know like which one's gonna outperform and stuff. GII popping. Wow, everything was popping today. I wonder how much it was up today. Okay. Oh, Daniel Tupp. I know I did see Tupp. Ah, a friend was talking to me about that too. Ah. Yeah, that's rough, Daniel. Oh, yeah, so Philly didn't go at 4. I had a feeling I was going to regret it, but who knows? Could go anywhere, right, Philly? I know I didn't pull in the low 4s either. I was kind of just waiting and watching. It broke through. You know what I mean? I was just watching, and I was waiting for insider buying, too. You can't know. And then let's see where it goes from here, Philly, right? But I was watching it just like you. There was an ugly break, and then it did get bid right back up. Was that right into the election? Just leading up to the election. And then the insiders didn't buy this time, which was a little unusual because they've been bought every time. But at the same time, they bought a shit ton of them. But remember we saw the bounce back in the bonds? We saw the bounce back in the bonds last week. And that we noted that. We noted that. They were still discounted, make no mistake. But now they're above 50, you know what I mean? And for some folks, that's ridiculous. But for me, I'm like, that ain't bad. We'll see. Oh, Steve Tonk, you thinking surprise Q3? Could surprise Q3. I mean, imagine if they turn a profit. Why would they be able to turn the profit this time around, right? Because increased demand heading into the new consoles and stuff. People getting ready. I mean, plus they're cost cutting and so forth and stuff. But the new app, and if the e-commerce continue to crush it, which is likely, yeah, you wouldn't think that's the base case. So I can understand why people are forecasting negative earnings for Q3, but I'd be curious about the free cash flow. You know what I mean? It seemed like it would have been tough to generate meaningful free cash flow this quarter. That's what I was thinking. I just kept on thinking, get to Q4, just get to Q4, and now we're here. Like, we're literally in it. We're in it. Oh. No guidance again because, yeah, I don't think they're going to do guidance Polygon. But right now that's getting up again, so. Oh, Alex, did they say no guidance for the rest of the year? I forgot that. Okay. Due to the uncertainty regarding the ongoing impact of COVID-19 on the business, we have suspended formal guidance. However, we do want to provide you with some of the... And again, we're not providing any guidance and we're not reiterating any guidance. I mean, a couple of months more into the pandemic, and there's just still too many unknowns. So we're not reiterating any further guidance. There you go. Cheers, Alex. That's what Alex is just pointing this out for the rest of the year. Seemed highly unlikely because we're not out of the woods yet, right? With this stuff, then with Q4 too, it's just a huge year-over-year boom. It's hard to measure this stuff. But yeah, I mean the risk of store closures and stuff. And put yourself in their shoes, right? You can't mess with that stuff. Yeah. I don't remember the last time I've paid attention to guidance. Not for GameStop or for any stock. Like, I don't even, like, management's guidance, I just don't deal in those types of stocks where that shit matters. I mean, not that it doesn't matter, but the undervaluation is a good chunk of it. Driving force, I mean. Hey, Gats, welcome back, Gats. Happy Monday, mate. Dusty, you as well? Dusty's able. Has anyone considered a company who would benefit the most from owning... So Gats asks, has anyone considered a company who would benefit the most from owning GameStop given their plans for gaming? Perhaps one that people Ryan Cohen even had considered. Well, Microsoft. That's the first one that comes to mind right off the bat, right? Microsoft? Benefit the most from owning GameStop given their plans for gaming. Perhaps one that people Ryan Cohen even had considered. I'd be curious. You get some other names out there? I mean, I would say I can envision a lot of gaming-related vendors and maybe I don't know about publishers per se because they'd just be focused on the games. But I just had that that brick and mortar retail isn't going anywhere anytime soon. They need to transform and it needs to be an omnichannel experience and blah blah blah. A lot of folks already know this, but I think there's a tremendous opportunity here. Well, that's why I'm bullish on it, right? But I think other folks probably see it too. Who sees it? I mean, you could see like a Microsoft type seeing it, Sony and Nintendo type seeing it, right? Because they understand. Who else would you be thinking? Besides like PE stuff, like PE firms and stuff. But I'm talking about a true partnership of some sorts. Be curious. Oh, so Polygon just said the same thing. Obvious choice. I'm thinking elsewhere. Oh, Amazon. Yeah, Amazon too. Okay. If I were Amazon, I was actually, Amazon too. I'd group Amazon in with that as well. The Whole Foods purchase and shit. I'm with you. I don't, none of these are likely in my mind, but it's a strategic acquisition to a degree. If I decided to go into gaming digitally, I'd buy GameStop. Yeah, I see it. I think someone like an Amazon might. I think a lot of these folks might prefer GameStop actually turn itself around quite a bit. So it might be 2 years down the line. I think it'd be more of a PE firm that I thought might be interested to get involved sooner. But for like a Microsoft or an Amazon, even if just to talk about it, you know what I mean? Even if not likely, I think they would want to see more execution on management front, just to ensure that GameStop does have a long-term business plan here. You know what I mean? One that isn't getting eroding with each passing year. But that's the thing, and they'd be willing to pay up. They don't care. They don't care if the market cap. You know what I mean? To a company like Amazon, what the hell is the market cap for Amazon? Think Amazon gives a shit? $1.5 trillion? Think they care if they pay $1 billion, $2 billion, $5 billion for a GameStop? They don't care about that shit. So you know what I mean? Like, it's almost in their interest just to wait. You know what I mean? Just wait and just see if GameStop can pull it off. Similar with what's Microsoft? Same boat. Yeah, it's 1.6, same thing. They bought Twitch, they bought Whole Foods, not scared of either gaming or brick and mortar. Yep. Hugo thinks. Hugo, what if BYDDF buys GameStop? You know what I mean? Who knows? Who knows, Hugo? I think they're scared, but I think it would be a great hello world. Oh, shit. Fox is here. Oh, shit. Hey, Fox, did you see the GME Fight Club? You're here, Fox. Let's do it. Let's do it. Welcome, Fox. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Not going to buy a brick and mortar gaming business? Oh, yeah, not likely. But as far as, let's just say if we were having a discussion, we would say, if we're going to happen, who would it be? I'd put Amazon in that discussion for sure. I agree on the good candidate for a buyout. I was thinking PE. I thought they'd get involved. I thought they maybe would get involved soon and try to snatch it at a cheap price. But I still think it's a natural candidate for a PE buyout. I don't know if they'll get it now, though. You know what I mean? Like, I thought that. I think I even mentioned it in my GameStop video, that first one. That was all the odds of that have gone down because Cohen took that 10% stake. I'm like, wait a second. But maybe it increases the chances of like someone else acquiring them. I still think not likely, but potentially. I don't know. Someone saying Amazon by GME. Okay. Great distribution, yep. Yo, brick and mortar isn't their game. So, yeah, I'd agree with that, Super Sassy. That's the thing. That's why I said they'd want to see GameStop reinvent themselves. Maybe it's more experiential. You know what I mean, Super Sassy? That's what I'm getting at. I don't think that there would be interest right now. But more for an Amazon type. And at Microsoft, perhaps, but perhaps more so, I mean. That's right. Oh, Super Sassy, you beat me to it. Super Sassy. Maybe if they buy it later, if GME can prove the digital model. That's right. Cheers, cheers, cheers. It would be a move to kill. There you go. Super Sassy, you just said everything. What am I talking for? Super Sassy here saying the same shit. No reason to take on all that expense before GME proves they compete. Exactly. Okay, so Fox. All right, Fox with always these good thoughts on how to attack these types of potential paths. If you want to do work on an Amazon brick and mortar hypothesis, you can overlay Whole Foods store map and GME map and see what the overlap is. Okay. See account. Whoa. Oh. Accounting correspondence uploads. Where are you seeing that, Fox? It's related to GMA. Oh, this one. For that previous 10K. Not sure how big a cost that is in a video game. One day. I know, right? I know, Alex, right? The one day you don't want GME viewed as too much e-commerce that it takes. I'm like, no, it's not growth. It's not growth. It's not a tech. It's not data. It's a value stock, right? I'm kidding, right? We're just pretty funny. Pretty funny. Uh-oh, super saucy. Get out of the home builders. Uh-oh. Only pain is falling. Oh, boy. All right. I mean, I've trimmed quite a bit. It was probably time to trim. I was probably due for another round of trimming, so maybe I should. Yeah, okay. Joe thinks BTU is toast too. Yep. I think I've been watching it for a long time. I think that's just a very nominal position. I think I'm for the real small position. I'm like, should I just close out at this point? Yeah, I think I will. Yeah, I was gonna say it is a delayed upload. Huh, Fox? I was gonna say I didn't. How come I can't even see the date that they uploaded? Or did they do it 10? It just waits. Prohibits excluding charges or liabilities that required or will require cash settlement or would have required cash settlement absent an ability to settle. Non-GAAP measure type stuff. Yeah, not a big deal. But black eye for finance accounting department. I agree with that. Imagine getting this for what is it? For the adjusted for non-GAAP measures. Ugh. Oh, non-GAAP liquidity measures. Okay, liquidity measures. Yep. Yep. Good call, Foxed. No. Yeah, SEC sets guidelines on what companies can represent in non-GAAP measures. Boy, I always thought they're always. I always thought the companies were always super loose, right? That's why you always tend to discount this type of stuff. To see it get called out, I was like, what the hell? EBITDA, free cash flow, right? Really, that being held. Anytime you see non-GAAP, you should always go, what? Be a little bit skeptical of those figures, right? Free cash flow addition that the SEC felt broke. Yep. Mike Luck, welcome, Mike Luck. That's right. Fox got it. I agree with everything Fox is saying. Yeah. It's pretty subjective. It's pretty negligible, too. I'd use that word, negligible. Oh, you bought the Mandalorian pop figure for Alex? Is it huge? Sick. Hey, what's up, Chris? Cheers, welcome to the stream. Tomorrow? I don't know. We'll have to see. You'd think sentiment would be perking up. You'd think. You thought it was only a small figurine. But it's just a gigantic Yoda. That's sick. New look is nice. Oh, good, good, good. So Dusty stopped by a GameStop just to see what it was looking like. Had a new look. They were between 5 to 10 boxes for tomorrow, but couldn't tell. Okay. Okay, so the adjusted free cash flow figure. There you go. If you change that. Oh, I don't know if I agree with this ammo stuff. I don't think I agree with this. All right, I'm caught up. Sick! This seems a bit overdone in the chat, in my opinion. I agree with your earlier statements, Foxed. All else equal, you don't want to see something like this in a little bit of a black eye, right? Getting a bit on aggressive on that non-gap type stuff, but ammo, I don't know what you mean with that. I personally, of course, wasn't leaning on these non-gap figures for my personal thesis. I can imagine other people are, but on net, I'd say it's largely negligible. You know what I mean? Yeah, weird that you can't see the date that it was actually filed. You know what I mean? Because it even says 10-2. Or, well, maybe filed 10-2, but the date that it appeared here. Oh, I missed the first one. Yeah, I mean, I know other people look at it, but the question is the market impact. You know what I mean, Fox? Like, I know other people are looking at it, and then you got people like me who aren't. And the question is, it's unclear what the free cash flow impact is if you X roll over. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's not meaningless. I'm certainly not saying that, and especially for the calculations of free cash flow, for this type of a company so cyclical, not just on a calendar basis, but also on a cycle basis. I did see some valiant attempts to try to calculate precise free cash flows in this year, and I think it should just be accepted that it was a bit of a cash burn. This year, you know what I mean? And but the impact on at the price, I think negligible, you know, and especially from here on out, right? If there was a penalty associated with it or something, or the question would be to the impact on future accounting methods, right? I know this is partly what you're getting at too, Fox, is how it impacts future. I think it means opportunity. How so, Gats? Did you explain? I missed it. Did I miss it? Well, I'd be curious about that. I would think that they need to have a bit tighter on some of their. When it impacts Q3 due to the accounting differences. Let me think. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, opportunistic in that you take a sell. Okay. and give increased constant even discounts. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. For the people who are bullish on a Q3, I'd be curious about those people's take. You know what I mean? But, and especially because we talk about all these cost cuts and everything. But this is non-GAAP stuff too. I wonder I'm still curious about the GAAP figures for the quarter. And we know they were I mean, it's not it. Look at the headline. We talked about the headline. Yeah, I'm not bullish in Q3, so I'd be interested to see it play out. Yeah. And look at the headline. We just last stream we were talking about what's going to be the headline in the Q3 earnings readout because we pulled up the Q2 one, right? And right off the bat, it was the 800% e-commerce growth, and then the SG&A cuts, and then the free cash flow, right? And so it's not like wait, was that was GAAP free cash? Was it GAAP free cash? Oh, now I kind of forget. I think it was it GAAP? It was I mean, it was incorporating working capital changes, right? That was the Yeah, no, yeah, that was I mean, incorporated working capital changes and stuff, and that was the Yeah, right. So that's what that's what I mean. Like I was already looking at that the reporting. So Fox is pointing this out. So right here for fiscal year 2019, which ended February 20th, you already had operating cash flow of negative 415. If you're a bear and your argument is that GME is burning cash value, I mean, I'm a bull and GME was burning cash. Oh, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I mean, I'm a bull. You know what I mean? Like I'm saying, I'm a bull and I'm accepting that they're burning cash right now, right? But now they're saying. Honestly, I couldn't have even told you what their adjusted free cash flow figures were. But I understand that other people are paying attention to that, and if that's the thing, Fox, I haven't heard anyone talk about it too much. I haven't heard anyone. You think like you said, if you were Bears, that you'd be harping on this a bit more, but that's why maybe they are, and I just haven't come across it. Right? That's fair. Yeah. Okay. All right. I can see that, Fox. I can see the ammo now. I see what you're saying. You bring it up more. That's true. All right, that's true. I don't even know. I don't even know where those figures are that they're referring to. You know what I mean? All I've been focused on that stuff, but other people do, and even still, to be called out, like you said, legit. That's particular. Hey, Trey. Welcome, Trey. Thanks, Trey. Thanks, mate. Yeah. Okay. I know. Oh, I get it now. That took me a while, Gats. That took me a while. Oh, that is funny, right? Yeah, really? Us? Look at these guys over here. Look at these guys. You know what I mean? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, shit. Oh, that just got a lot funnier in my mind. You know what I mean? Did this align to? It would be fun. No, I don't think it did, but did it with the fail to delivers? You know what I mean? The fail to delivers were there was that like a 13, 12 days or something. I think that was early October though. No, it might have been it might have been around this time. Like GameStop stock literally cannot be delivered, and they're calling them out right there. I don't know. Oh, that's good. Hey, Rob Wolf, welcome, Rob. Welcome, Rob. Cheers, cheers, cheers. True, Fox. Speaking truth, Fox. Speaking truth. That's tough. This one's a little bit low hanging fruit. Low hanging fruit, right? Interesting. One thing we were talking about on Q3, I mean, this is kind of tying into accounting metrics and stuff. There's some interesting papers concerning post. Oh, okay. Oh, Gats, if you find anything, I'd be curious. If you come across anything to, if you'd share that, I'd be curious about that. Excuse me. Hey, cheers. Welcome. Happy Monday. Legal, yeah. Rulings concerning manipulation actually. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, please do, Gats. I'd be curious to read that. You know what I mean? Nothing's happening, so that's what I think. Like, I think that there's a reason nothing's happening. That it's allowed to happen because it can happen for reasons that are above me. Oh, Trey, looking forward to that Xbox launch. Got to. You gonna try to get one, Trey? It seems like it's gonna be tough. Oh, did I miss something? Wait, aren't some coming live on GameStop tonight? Yeah. Xbox announced restocking of consoles tonight. Maybe you can get one tonight. Maybe. And maybe some in stores tomorrow. Yeah, someone said, Trey. Someone in the chat was saying that. What was it? It's Dusty. I think Dusty's able was saying at his they're gonna have about. Oh, you're going today, Dusty? Oh shit! Cheers, Dusty. All right, let's go. Dusty's gonna try to get one. 4 a.m. No time though. Going to be hard to peg. Oh, okay. So he said there's going to be like about 5 to 10 consoles at Dusty's GameStop. On this Q3 front, one thing that I thought would benefit a game. So there seems like there's not going to be an impact. 6 hours of waiting? Shit. Oh, none of yours new, Trey? Okay, just curious. You figured out all of them, but... oh, no time on the online tonight. Gotcha, Dusty. Okay, just curious. So no impact on gap fundamentals here, right? For Q3. However, but my thing here is snowing here. If I make it dinner time, later foxed. So this doesn't impact gap reporting, right? It does impact non-gap reporting and the free cash flows and the non-gap free cash flows that they might report. Blah 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 blah. However, one accounting impact that could be seen in Q3 is the fact that they had appeared to be they wrote down some inventory. Was it like past couple quarters or last year? Can I track it up? This is what we were talking about with Justin months ago now, where it appeared as though they had been writing down some of their what might have been lower quality inventory, such that when they do actually sell it, that it could result in it could result in a game in which they actually sell it because it had been written down so cheaply. But there's no guarantee of that. But it was just something that I had picked up in one of the filings. I thought, maybe if that comes through. But they've been doing it for a while, and I hadn't seen much come through. So who knows? Oh, it might snowing where you are. Oh, jeez. Do you mean there's a problem with distribution of information? Well, it seems like, and it seems like a lot of vendors kind of struggled with some of the information, right? Didn't they kind of mess up kind of rolling out some of these new consoles, Trey? They need to move on that overall quick. Hopefully you get one. Sometimes people wait all night. Yeah, it's tough. Oh, and then so that's the thing. So I was talking about the headline figure. This is gap. Because I almost certainly would have heavily discounted it if it wasn't. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't even. Yeah, they took operating cash flows 140, 143, 144 plus 52. Minus 18. Yeah. So that's gap right there. Oh, it's even more. Oh, plus, wait, what? Oh, what am I doing? 144 plus 36. 180. How did they get to 193? Oh, it's 6 months. Wait, does that say, what is this? Oh, 6 months. Oh, I got to go to the actual news thing. That's right. Oh, it's here. Boom, 192.8. And then then toss in what they sold and stuff, you know what I mean? And then it kind of skews, you get crazy cash flows and stuff, right? But, so that's good. Those headline figures, unchanged, unimpacted. Is it even adjusted? Where's the word adjusted in here? Oh, okay. I said, I didn't even look at this. I don't look at this. But so I guess other people do. Well, that's... Wow. I mean, this is, they weren't looking at this one. They were looking at the 10K, but oh, here it is. Adjusted free cash flows. Wow. I don't even look at this. Oh, shit. All right. That's a riot. The longer the description of your non-GAAP measures and stuff, and the number of caveats and stuff, discount its value even more. Cool. Also, what else we got? The lines like in the cities. GME accidentally launched the PS5 pre-orders. Oh, yeah. Accidentally launch, stealth launch, which caused confusion. Yeah, good luck, Dusty. Good luck, Trey. The bots. I know, you always get the box. It's like with the Ticketmaster stuff, too, you know? Website tracker. That's why I can't do it. Bummer. Oh yeah, what was his early letters? It's funny because he didn't make his early letters weren't public. I actually hadn't read them in a while. July 28th. Owned 2 million shares. We have concerns regarding capital management at GameStop. I'm just going to read this real quick. It's been a while since I read these July. The August ones I read quite a bit because they were public. Board erred in its attempt to diversify into cellular stores 3 years ago. Now with that decision reversed through the sale of the business, we believe shareholders will agree the current resources should not be wasted. The decision to delete the dividend is in some ways understandable, but backing off from the original plan and authorization to buy back 300 million of common stock would be unforgivable. Exactly. Given recent prices under 5, GameStop should continue with the remaining authorization at once and with urgency. We suggest you will never find an easier or safer opportunity to double or triple GameStop's earnings per share while increasing blah, blah, blah. Given the market capitalization of GameStop at 362, wow, 362 was the market cap. 362 as of July 26th. So this was post Dutch auction. And it has only doubled. Wow. Impressive. Now you could argue, well, the fundamentals haven't really changed yet, right? But I think they're about to. Wow. Completing the authorization would retire about 2/3. This would triple earnings per share as the denominator would be 1/3 as large. Yep. Then he talks about the short stuff, right? Look at this. At the time, Bloomberg reports short interest in GameStop is about 74% of GameStop's outstanding shares. It's over 100% now. Well, see, what's interesting is that, so he wasn't, this was a private letter, but no one's talking about it anymore. How come no one's talking about this anymore? There you go. We do not recommend public comments or disparagement of short sellers. And I agree with this. We do not recommend public comments or disparagement of short. In our view, shorts are a part of a healthy market. However, stocks with the high short interest tend to have high volume relative to shares. This is why the high volume is okay. When it's low volume, it sticks out to me when it's so heavily shorted, right? When you see only there's like 4 million shares that traded hands, I'm like, what? 4 million? This is really low volume for that many shares out there. Now he says that some management teams do go out, though they do like the damn shorts. You know what I mean? Like we're coming after you. You're right. Management never said anything like this. It enhances this current opportunity, right? During the month of July. Okay, then he goes through this calculation, right? With elegance and stealth. Yep. Could undertake such a revolutionary yet safe and secure capital allocation strategy as an unprecedented opportunity and will create. So 2 things here. First of all, they didn't even get to half. They didn't even get halfway. Well, I mean, they bought back a shit ton of shares, right? But he was talking about getting down to 30 and 35 million. Some people would talk about that. We're double that on the share count front, right? But what's interesting is Burry. You know what I mean? Burry supported them in June. That sticks out to me. But they followed through to a degree. Maybe they didn't just follow through the whole way, right? And to their credit, it could have been the right move, right? Their stores were closed, and so that it was important to note that Burry supported them in June. Now, there was more to the thesis than just share buybacks, right? There's actual execution on the turnaround plan, right? And I would agree with him that they were successfully executing on that front as best as I could tell. He actually says, would cause GameStop substantial harm by allowing this historic opportunity to pass. Mr. Market is putting this one right in your hands. It was true. So just cash off a lot. The pain one. That's right. The elimination of the dividend in the face of a $500 million cash pile. We have even more than that right now, by the way. Has sent a negative signal to the markets. The stock has fallen steadily since the analysis, but even more worrisome in terms of signaling is management backtracking on the stock back. I agree. I've said this many times, but when they said that they weren't doing buybacks, I was like, forget about it. This isn't as big of a possible opportunity as I thought it was going to be. I couldn't believe it. Then they announced the Dutch auction the next day, got things rolling. And then, this was post-Dutch auction, but even that Sherman said that, I'm like, what? So that's why all this has happened. And then Burry publicized his letter and stuff, but management still wasn't talking. I'm like, I don't know if they're actually going to do this buyback. And then they did, and they did it really aggressively in Q3. And I'm like, all right, so maybe they do get it. Okay, so he pulled some of the same language. Talk about Amazon, talk about Twitch. No one wants an acquisition, but they've come out and said that. They're simply completing the share buyback authorization. Yeah. Business will perk up in 2020 and 2021. That the board deemed up to $6 per share a good price for a buyback less than 2 weeks ago today, but they didn't. It is going to be crazy to me that that the new consoles are going to come out and they didn't exhaust it. It is. It is. And again, it's not my base case that they do right now. And I'm still like, I strongly agree with Burry on the historic opportunity. And now, even if we optimistically say that was them buying back, if we say that was them buying back, and when did they announce? 9th? Maybe it could have started the next day, 10th, 11th, but figure the next week. So 6, 7, 8. So let's say 8. Maybe they could buy back 10, 12 million. We're nowhere close to that 30. It still would have been good though to get down to. It's too bad they couldn't have got down to 50 million. You know what I mean? Even to get to 50 million, I kept on thinking they were going to get there, and then they didn't. No, it's not. It doesn't. Obviously, it does. My thesis isn't contingent on them fully authorizing, right? I just thought it was just a tremendous opportunity that I'm like, yo, your stock price was at $4 in July and August too. I'm like, and then I've now figured that for some reason they weren't able to do it. Like, they had the bond exchange they were dealing with, but I'm like, oh, man, you could have bought back some. Then they had, when they have $700 million on the books at the end of July, I don't understand. Talk about signaling, you know what I mean? Talk about signaling. Oh, I'm behind. Talking the bots, right? How do you, hey T-Tree. What up, T-Tree? How do you look at GME chart and not, oh, T-Tree, I think the onus is on you. How do you see that? I don't see that. It looks to, yeah, it looks to me like all the short term, I talked about this already. Like the Momo folks and like the really people getting buying into like short squeeze type stuff too, and then when it doesn't happen, they just sell out and they get out. Marginal longs, they just sell out, and I actually don't even see anything that unusual with some of the price action relative to other names out there. Who didn't buy? Oh, short sale. Quicksand. Oh, quicksand. Okay. Yeah, no, it was weird. Management didn't buy shares. I agree, Daniel. They didn't buy. I mean, they haven't bought many shares. The whole Sherman bought a little bit. What, in April? About 100. Not much. I like way more than that. James Bell bought a little bit. They never bought that much. Yeah, I agree with Alex. I mean, you can. That's the thing. If you start, I think people. What happens is you get really dialed into a stock, and then you're watching every little price action. But if you start to do that, especially with stocks that are heavily shorted, you know what I mean? Because it just increases, as Barry just pointed out in that letter, the volume and it's complex market making that's going on. There's lots of little things happening, and I don't claim to be an expert on that stuff. I'm not, but I think what happens is you get real. You know how like when you this isn't that good of an analogy. When you like you bought a new car and then suddenly you start to see that car everywhere. This isn't that good of an analogy, but like you really get dialed into a position that every little move you're like, wait a second, what's happening here? What's happening there? Whereas in reality, positions, stocks, they just go all over the place. They go up, they go down, some more so than others, and that tends to be if there's a lot of eyeballs on it, if it's a real like Momo type stock too, because then if it's not in favor, then it's out of favor. And then high volume type stocks. I think you just start to, when you start really zooming into that stuff, you start to see there are perceived oddities, but I would argue it's just an illusion. Generally speaking, I'm not going to claim to say that's definitely. I don't know enough about it, but I've just seen people say that so many times over the years across so many different stocks that I tend to discount that stuff. For what it's worth, T, when I look at this, nothing really sticks out to me. Okay, so I just chiming in. Now let's at the bar. The free cash flow definition is it's non-GAAP to begin with, and I wouldn't over. Yeah, no, Rod. So far, you're not listening, but hey, Fox, have one for us, huh? Shoot him back, baby. Oh, is that a martini? Yo, is Steve Stonk here? We get a gin and tonic for in honor of Steve. Okay, see, look at this. See, now we got Jordan. Jordan's back, right? All we got to do is start talking about buybacks, right? If you start talking, so Jordan's not even like on the stream. He's like somewhere else, right? But then if you start talking about buybacks, right? Jordan can hear the buyback discussion, and then it brings them back into the stream. And sometimes the other way, if you can just start mentioning buybacks, or you can just look into the mirror and you can say, buybacks, and then he just appears, and he's clarifying some misconceptions about this buyback aspect. Let me see what you're saying. Jordan. If they didn't buy back shares and exhaust, it is without a doubt a huge mistake. All right, not a deal breaker, but a huge mistake. Insiders not buying is also a huge mistake, but maybe they wanted new boats. Yeah, I know. I don't disagree, Jordan. It's not even. That's the thing. We keep on talking about it in this quarter, but I know Jordan's not. Jordan's talking about you've had 15 months. That's the thing, though, and I'm not justifying it, Jordan, but I'm just this huge curveball, the COVID curveball. But then that's why that's why I thought July and August. I didn't understand. I thought maybe in the bond exchange I thought could interfere with it, but it's still nevertheless. Even if it was justified, even if there was a legitimate reason that they couldn't, I just thought you had all this time to buy back even more. But then it's maybe there are unknown risks too. I mean, that's something. Bummer. Yeah, Jordan says they knew the market share. They had the digital partnership. They didn't do buybacks. It doesn't make sense to do nothing there. Get bond, pay, do buy. Yeah, 1-2 step. 1-2 step. Where's CU? Yeah. Yeah, and they that's the thing. They come right out and said we're focused on the bond exchange. Yeah, I don't know. It's the perfect storm. It's Q3 and Q4 if they didn't. Airball completely. Yeah. Bummer. I agree. I mean, we're not a deal breaker or anything like that, but just a missed op. That's all. No, yeah. So Alex, I'm with you on that. I've said this many times, Alex. I was one of the people pounding the table to have done the buybacks, and then when they hadn't done them, and it was in March, and I was very glad that they hadn't executed the buybacks because I'm with you. So I said this too, Alex. Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, it's not even just the sentiment. There were legitimate business risks back here. You know what I mean? If you literally have to close your stores, how could you possibly not be trying to conserve cash as much as you can just to make sure you get to the damn consoles? And then what if the consoles don't come out in November? So that's what I was saying a couple streams ago to Fox. I'm like, I could pencil through. I could get to a $0. I could get to bankruptcy in this. I could get to zero in that scenario, right? And then of course you don't want to be executing buybacks at that time. But I'm like, if you can't open your stores, and you can't, and the consoles aren't coming out for 2 years. Unlikely, but if you can't, and then you can't open your store for 3 months or something, and you're burning cash. What was the cash burn rate? I mean, at least what was it, like 50? I forget. I penciled through it at the time, but I'm with you on that front, Alex. So that's what I mean. I was happy they hadn't executed them, and I was pushing for it. But I was satisfied with how much they had done in Q3, although I felt they should have done more in Q2. They only did 10 million. I'm like, what are you doing? Why was the Dutch auction was? But yeah, we'll see. It's too soon to. We need a little bit more time. Just see a couple more quarters of their actions and stuff. Like it's conceivable that operational efforts could make up for it. I don't know. That's probably a bold claim. We'll see. He had some Don Julio shots just before the Don Burry, a big long shot of hopes and dreams. Oh, cheers to that, Rod, huh? The Don big shot Burry, a big long shot of hopes and dreams. Yeah, tea tree. I think that's it. Just looking at it for too long. I think that's because I've done this too. I've thought the same thing. I think, wait, what's going on? It just becomes real complex market making with these types of stocks. Feeling about this week? Yeah. Well, we'll probably get at least some soft news this week, like some deals and type stuff, console related stuff. But if no major material news is released on a business standpoint, then you'd at least expect sentiment to be tilt positive this week, and maybe the price. This is sheer speculation. I have no clue. I'm not good with this very short term prediction type stuff. But if I had to guess, I'll guess. I could do that. I think we're at the lower end of this box. like right around here. So I think, hey, you got consoles coming out, people talking about it, long lines and stuff. Maybe it can move up a little bit. You know what I mean? I think it's unlikely we go down below 10 this week, you know. But oh, what are futures doing? Out of curiosity, flat. So I think, but again, unless just the consoles coming out aren't going to be enough to break through this rectangle here, whatever you want to call it. But I feel okay. Yeah, I feel nothing. I feel steady. Oh, good luck, Dusty. Dusty going for it. Oh, I missed it. Hey, I've been there too. To be honest, I'm not. Console sales can be captured. Yep. Let me to change on GME site. Looking to nab the Xbox tonight. Start refreshing. Good luck, Dusty. You go get it. Hey, Zoltov. Welcome, Zoltov. Should go with some pineapple back and maybe some GME stock buybacks too. Yeah. Yeah, this is a big break on IWM. It came back down though, right? Yeah, that's the thing. So it was up huge. Look at that. It's a candle, right? It's a green candle. It means it was up. It was up since the close, since yesterday's close. So that's why it's green, and that's why it's green. It's filled in because it ended the day down from where it opened. Kind of a big down move. So you definitely want to see follow through. We're right near the lows too. Definitely want to see follow through on that front. Oh, it closed below this. Oh, I missed this. It closed below. Oh, okay. Wait a second. Is that because of the dividends? Oh, yeah, it did. Oh, I didn't notice that. So if you don't adjust for the dividends paid out by the Russell 2000 stocks, you did close above it. But if you take them back out, you didn't go above it. Interesting. All right, peace out, Rod. You have fun, and okay, Trey's refreshing, and Dusty's refreshing. All right, let us know, man. I'm rooting for you. I hope y'all get it. I'll keep that up. Yeah, there wasn't much else. There wasn't much else. It broke the. That's the thing. The longer the downtrend, the more meaningful a breakout. And this is a legit breakout now. Thank you, Trey. Thanks, Trey. This is the legit breakout. Remember we broke out that first time, like, let's watch it here. And then it broke out, and then it broke through this. Like, now this is a real firm breakout, and it's after 5-year downtrend. Wasn't much else to talk about here, right? I mean, the RSA was rising. There's a natural pullback, right? Some people just want things to keep going up. That doesn't happen often. So you pull back, you refresh, you regroup, you maintain that level. It substantiates the move because you held support, and the technical analysis of the chart strengthens. It's hard to believe on a pullback, but that's why it happened after this, after earnings. It broke through right before on the Ryan Cohen. It was pulled back to support, and then didn't go up just because of that. But that's not the point. The point is people look at this stuff and they think, oh, it's validated. And then the RSI, upward trend, and not much else, right? I still think people are overlooking some of this stuff. Like they still bought back a shit ton, right? They didn't exhaust it, but they still bought back a ton. I still think people are overlooking that. The market cap is still below when George Sherman took over in April 2019. And I think some people aren't. I don't think they're not appreciating how I believe management has been executing on all fronts so far. But in time, I mentioned this in one of my tweets. I think in 12 months' time they will. And they also could still blow it. It's not like they've done everything perfectly or that they couldn't drop the ball like that. They could. Any management team could. But until they do, innocent until proven guilty, right? Yeah, I didn't see. So they get the Black Friday deals. So it's interesting. They get a couple of weeks. I'm sure a lot of retailers are doing that, right? A couple of weeks of the Black or holiday deals. I don't know. I guess it's all Black Friday type stuff. All right, I didn't check all this shit. Damn, a lot of this stuff was up. I don't even know which ones had news, but the most meaningful ones sticking out to me are RL. That was good. RLJ 40%. Should have been a bigger position. I think. Had I trimmed it? PRTY, that's sick. I meant to add again, and same thing for PBF. And what did SD end up doing? Oh, it only went up 14%. You know what I got to do is I got to do this. Got to check these charts. I got to do it. All right, let's check these charts. Let's check these bad boys. Oh, just an FAQ change. Wow, Dusty, that's pretty sick. You get that alert that anything's changing on the website, huh? Yeah, Alex, huh? Yeah, GameStop Ray. Welcome, GameStop Ray. Cheers. Welcome, welcome. Hey, let's hope. Let's hope, huh? Let's hope. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's check these. Okay, so we know GameStop's chart, right? All right, let's check this. Chinseo. A red candle, but it's still bull. I mean, we're gonna see a whole bunch of really bullish. Like PBF, big, broke that trend line. See if it holds this shit. That's the thing. Even if it doesn't hold, at least it happened. You know what I mean? Then it's like, all right, the market was willing for this shit to break. Oh shit, is gold breaking down? All right, new gold breaking down. Okay. Now, it's still early. It's still kind of, let's see what it does from here. I did see gold took it on the chin a little bit today. RFP, flat. Can I change these? There's too much going on. Let's do one daily. I forget what all these are. See if that works. All right. What do we got? Okay, that's cleaner. You know what I mean? Too much clutter. I'm just trying to look for a change and stuff. GameStop the same. Whoa, that looks real good. Damn. This was one of the biggest positions in the portfolio, and I still feel it was never big enough. It was the biggest position in the portfolio for a number of days and weeks in March and April, which turned out to be a good move. I've made mistakes, but that was a good move. And I was almost never down. And now it's about to triple. It's about to triple. Is it the second biggest position now? Oh, it is. Look at that. Coming back with a vengeance. So in PBF's cranking too. NGD giving some back. Okay. Okay. PBF. Big break. Boom. Let's see if we can hold. New gold, breaking. Nothing. New gold, nothing. RFP, nothing. Cornerstone, nothing. Look at these long wicks, though, huh? On the candle. Things really turned around. Okay, but nothing happening. Nothing. That's the thing. Well, FTK down because it's interesting. FTK. Look at this. So look at FTK. Energy we know was crushing it today, right? Energy was crushing it. FTK was down 5%, and this is an energy play, right? They have some, was it seismic data related to fracking? Is that it? Or they were trying to, they acquired another business trying to reinvent themselves, but it's an energy play. And they were down today. And they were down today. Why? Because people said, Oh, here's this energy player that's been successful the past couple months. Hugely successful. Stock has, what is it, quadrupled? And they said, nah, forget it. Go buy these other ones that have been sucky for the past few years. You know what I mean? And so that one was down 5%. That's actually that's a good one. Okay, Sandridge, this one's looking good. This one's looking good. This is sick. I like this one. Ooh, yes. I added to that one. Nice. What's that long chart? What's that long chart? They had some insider buying back in the day from a fund. Look at that. Oh, look at all those white. Look at all those. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that turned out to be a much bigger winner than I was expecting. CVGI, I expected it to be a bigger winner, and I still didn't put enough into it. Just look at how good. It never gave me another opportunity. Higher lows, and then it cranked, and I was skeptical. I think I even on the live stream back in the day, I'm like, let's see if this holds. I didn't think it was, and then higher low, higher low, higher low, bullish all the way through. But the RSI has been breaking down on the daily a little bit, but big winner. Okay, that one looks good though. RRC, natural gas, nothing in the short term. I still like it longer term, but nothing happened in the short term. OLN, wow, that's down. Oh, because so was TSE, a chemical play. But still, good looking chart though over the 1 year. CPF, this has been a big. I think I had just added to this too. I thought if this one survived, it was going to be a big winner. It turned out to be the case. Boy, it ran up smartly. It's doubled in 1 week. Look at this chart. This is what got my attention. This is what got. Look at this shitty ass chart. This is what got my attention back in March. I didn't own it before March. It was I had looked at it and it looked kind of intriguing on the fundamentals. Like it looked like it deserved this good looking chart, and then it tanked, right? And a lot of auto stocks were tanking at this time, but real disgusting. And then I'm like, yo, if it was trading under 10 or whatever, I'm like, this just needs a stiff breeze. As long as it doesn't go bankrupt, I mean, this thing could just have it, right? Just there were fundamental aspects that I liked, right? It was largely a fundamentals play, but I'm like, on the chart, the market has memory of historical prices, and I'm like, yo, if this just goes back to half of where it IPO'd at, it's going to be a 5-bagger, right? And it turned out to be the case. Beautiful. It sounds silly coming from a fundamental investor, but that's what caught my attention. I can't believe. I mean, it just worked out. Sometimes things just work out according to plan. You know what I mean? UNFI, nothing. It definitely has to hold that 15 range. TA looking good. Wow, been a big winner too. Some of these speculative names, huh? I almost wish I went heavier into them. AR, good. Natural gas, nothing. P10, oil, energy, boom. It's a driller. Oh, it didn't break out scientific games, didn't it? Okay. Bitcoin, oh, and Bitcoin. Oh, Bitcoin. Still held up okay today. Okay. Okay. Came back down. Materials. BXC. Go. Okay. Nothing that crazy. TWI. Damn. Oh, some of these names. Oh, Maxar breaking down. Okay. Good thing. I almost added to that. I know it reported earnings. MAC, boom. Spirit, boom. NGS, yep. Oh, that's got 11% day. That ain't bad. Oh, be curious tomorrow. Fossil looks okay. FLR. Okay, nothing too crazy. A lot of them are looking good. Most of them are looking nothing really to report, I'd say. And then some are lagging a bit because they had been in favored. You know what I mean? Alcoa 15 back to 15. It was okay. I'm curious. I'm real curious about what this is gonna do tomorrow. You know what I mean? Okay. All right. Let's check on some shit. Okay, how about the day? I can't even. I mean, now there's gonna be so many. Look at this. There's so much moving. I can't go. I'm not gonna go through each of these. But wow, Hawaiian Airlines was up 50% today. Wow, that was a nice one. I liked Hawaiian. Express 50%. I mean, there's nothing to even look at here. Was there anyone? What you look at today is what was down. You know what I mean? What was down? Biotech, tough, PRTS, things that were winners. That's what's down. Everything that was winners. Nautilus, the stay-at-home stuff that we already talked about, but still, just want to see the names. You know, Tech, home, at home, Turtle Beach. I did see Turtle Beach was down. What's up with that? They report? Yikes. Bullish? I don't know who that is. Anyone read the Turtle Beach? Beats by 82 cents. And it was. Wait, was it up on the news? Lakeland. Just about everything. Okay. Boy, it's just so much going on. You know what I mean? I'm almost like, oh, too much going on. I can't look through all this. Let's just see if there's any insider buying today. Jean-Claude Van Damme bought Kraft. Ah, there's your PBF, but he went with PBF. He went with the logistics. He went with the logistics one. Okay. Oh, I can't believe we got it today. You believe that shit? But it's with, okay. When did he buy it? Trade date? Last week. CNX. I've owned that in the past. Natural gas type play. IBM, I did see that one. It's a new position though. Tend to discount those a bit. GHL, I did see that. Yeah, not much. I was just looking for any like what is this? 13D filings. You can track that shit there. Every once in a while, you'll see something pop up. I came across the GameStop. I came across Cohen here before I came across it anywhere else. I just happened to click it, and I said, GameStop? And then I was like, who the hell is what is it? RC Ventures. But usually there's nothing. Okay. Oh, and what about, let me just see the risk. Talk politics. Talking. Camel overloads, okay. They can't agree. It does make me a bit antsy. Yeah. I think, I forget who said it too. Was it David? I forget. I agree with you though, Alex. I don't like that they haven't bought back the whole 18 months. They bought back a little bit in September of last year. I'm like, oh. Not enough. Wait, what word did you use? Makes you antsy? I wouldn't say antsy. It weakens my bull thesis. It weakens my bull thesis. If you've watched my investment style videos, I talk about how like some of the buy criteria that I'm looking for, and like I've been surprised by how heavily I lean on insider buying, and I saw this in March and April of this year, where I was like just screening so much stuff and watching price action and approximate valuations. Like eventually I got to a point where I had a ball. I knew in my head where roughly fair value was for a lot of stocks, so I knew what was going to be 5 baggers and 10 baggers or 3 baggers or whatever it was. But then, and then at the end of the day, when push came to shove, I was like, well, was there any insider buying this month? And I tilted much more heavily toward the stocks that had recent insider buying. I even got to the point. Can you see it? Let me see if you can see it. Yeah, you can see it now. Wait, can you see? Can't see it here. Watch this. Daily. Watch this. Look at this. I broke. So this, I needed this in March and April. I wanted. This is crazy. Like I wasn't able to do this. I had to. What's the word? Impute. How do I calculate that? It's an I word. Is it impute? I had to infer. Deduce. Deduce. I guess deduce would work. How much insider buying was happening? I wanted to know who bought in the past week, and so I had to calculate how many. Or did I just pull it? I can't remember. Who bought in the past week? And then I'd go through who bought. This company bought, boom. How much did they buy? Boom. And then I'd pull the trigger. Okay, but then I wanted to know who bought in the last 1 to 2 weeks. And now right now, I don't even use this that much, right? I would use it if we were doing some screening right now. I could screen by these different aspects. And then I'd go 2 to 4 weeks who bought. And then I say who bought in the past 3 months in total, in aggregate, sort by descending, 12 months. And then also, how many insiders bought in the past month? In the past 6 months, and then I'd sort by these different metrics, right, and try to get to, watch, we can do this right now. So here we have our daily movers, right? This is about anyone who moved above 10%. So let's say we want to say, okay, show me all the companies that moved today above 10%, but I want you to sort by how much insider buying we've seen over the past 3 months. Check this, 9, and it should be descending automatically. I hope this works. Don't look like it worked. Oh, has there been none? That can't be. Oh, is something broken? All right, I guess I'll have to do 12 months. Oh, that looks like that's broke. No. Oh, I do see some. Oh, it's not broken. It works. Sick. Okay, look at this. Xerox. Carl Icahn, number 1. Carl Icahn, boom. And then, so if I click this, you can see the insiders right there. Boom, Carl Icahn. Crushing it on Xerox, right? Oh, there's it down, though. What's it doing? Oh, it's up. It's looking good. So who else we got? Avis. Is that J&J? Is that J&J Snack Foods? Okay, none of these. CLR, that's Ham. Harold Ham. Harold Ham, right there. Boom. I had bought this. It was because of Harold Ham. I had loaded up. He was buying a shit ton in June, but he had bought more before. He had been buying all the way. Look at it. He was buying in 2019 at a $44 price point. He didn't give a shit. I mean, he's CEO, chairman of the board, 10%. You like to see that, right? And he was going ham. Ham was going ham. Okay, so then you had Party City. That's Clifford Sosa. So you can see, you can look at these are my picks. PBF Energy, boom, right in the top. Past 3 months. This doesn't surprise me, right? Then there's a lot here. Like I'm usually not dealing too much in REITs. I got some REITs in here, but not too much. So that doesn't surprise me. Pharmaceuticals, not too much. Financials, not too much. Like these would naturally not be positions for me. But then Baker Hughes next up. Baker Hughes isn't anywhere. I don't own it anywhere. But energy. It's energy. Guess how a big chunk. That was probably from their CEO. I forget his name. Chairman and everything. No, it wasn't. Oh, he is the CEO. I just forgot his name. You know what I'm curious about stocks that I that are in the Roaring Kitty portfolio, you know? Let me just see. A lot of financials, just skipping those. So I can even, I can't filter this one. I can go to filter though. I have a filter. I called it screen. It's just a filter. Ka-filter fish. Ka-filter fish. Y'all remember that? So here I can actually screen. I can pop open. I'm not gonna do it. But sometimes you need an actual screener. Right now I'm only screening by those who have moved by more than 10%. But if I need an actual screener, like I almost wish, like I said, if I were streaming in March and April, you could have seen that process of literally pulling up the filters and filtering by different things, filtering by market cap. I was really dialed into. I got revenues in here too. I was really dialing into revenues and market cap and so forth. Actually, what you see here are these like especially right down in the middle, like from from here to like here. That's where I was. This is where I was. Anyway, this is just a long way of saying I agree with you, Alex. So the insider buying, and then here I am, like you're not even gonna find GameStop anywhere close to the top of these types of lists, which is too bad, disappointing. Yeah, what'd you say? I forget what you said. I guess I'd go with disappointed. Yancy. I'm not upset with you. I'm just disappointed. Hey, Space Burrito. What up, Space Burrito? GWN. It was in the portfolio. It might still be in the portfolio. Let's see. Oh, it is. It's just a small position, though. Boom. 0.2. Talk about context, right? Look at all those. What is this sorted by? Oh, okay. I see. Okay, so it must default to that. So some folks, if you're seeing some people might be dialed into a couple of names, right? But when you back out, and many folks already know this, right? But you see the whole market was moving today. You see whole sectors were moving today, right? You see what trades were working. So it works on the negative side too, like GameStop today, right? Down like what is it? Like it's nothing, right? The market was just, you saw what the market was just making big broad moves, and this is bottom up. This is a bottom-up play. It's not trade. It helps to have a tailwind, which of course that's the paradox here, right? That there's a tailwind here, but GameStop did a bit of it, but they're overthinking it. I think there's that longer-term tailwind that will play out over time. But right now, it's so dialed into the very special situation. So but anyway, it's on both sides. You see a big up day or you see a big down day. You think, oh, it's just the market reacting this way or that way. But as long as that underlying thesis remains completely intact, right? It's noise. Oh yeah, politics fine. Y'all chat what you're gonna chat about, you know? Cool. It's cool. So it's sucking you right back in. Oh, Dusty knew. Cheers, Dusty. Dusty knew it was from Rush Hour. Have most people seen Rush Hour at this point? I always feel like Rush Hour is a classic, but maybe I'm dating myself, you know? Oh, on DDS and BBY? Let's see. I mean, so I could find it elsewhere, but let me just see if was DDS a big mover today? No. Oh, okay. So I gotta find them elsewhere. Oh, you say BBBY? There you go, BBBY. So look, Dead Bath & Beyond had some insider buying. Let's do this shit right here. So they had 4 insider spot, and let's confirm this. So this column, oh, you can't see. There's Bed Bath & Beyond. There's, in the past 6 months, it says 4 insider spot, 2 insider spot over the past month. Let's check this. Yes. 1, 2, 3. And it's unique. It's got to be the unique insiders. And I like just sheer number of them, right? And that's not bad. It's not a ton, though. But it's better than, it's far better than nothing. But it's kind of a bigger company. Wow. Bed Bath & Beyond is $2.3 billion. Well, they got 10 billion in revenues. Okay. All right, that's no joke. Okay, so what else do we see with Bed Bath & Beyond? Down 13% today. Wow. Jeez. So I used to value all the stocks, and now I just don't. I'm too lazy. But I'd say, and then I do. So I have. What happened? I noticed in March, in April, when like everything's down, I would just use percent to 52-week high as a decent proxy. It was perfectly fine for my needs. I like usually you'd like to see which stocks are trading at a discount to my fair value, right, and then sort through. But those have kind of fallen to the wayside over the years. It just gets too tough to maintain. Ideally, you have a team of people, right? You got a team of people maintaining the valuations, giving a heads up when a chart's breaking out, or blah 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 blah. So anyway, March and April is like, oh, just make sure I have 52-week high. That's a good enough proxy. But what I preferred to do is I was doing like a value blend, or in the past I had valued thousands of stocks and quick valuation, right? Like I pull up the fundamentals. I value a stock in 1 minute, 2 minutes, maybe 2 minutes. 2-minute valuation. So in my head, I know that's not like super high conviction, a hill you die on, but it's good enough from. If my style is tracking, my process, I'm just tracking a whole bunch of shit, and when then it catches my attention when something sells off because I'm tracking everything, and then I can opportunistically get in. I'm not so much really doing the very detailed free cash flow analysis, right? That's not where other people do. That's cool. It's just not what I do. So that usually that quick valuation is adequate for me because I just need to know what's trading a discount to it. And then what I would do is at the same time though, and this is kind of the technical analysis side of me over the years, I put a higher value on what price actually was. What was price over the past year? What was price over the past 2 years? So I was thinking that, I'm like, I might just prefer a blend, a very simple blend. It could be more complex if you got computing power and stuff. But I'm like, let me just use my quick valuation, my quick val, and weight it at like 70 or 80%. I think I landed on like 70. What did I do? 80%? Okay, but I said the value blend is 80% my fair value, and then 20% whatever the 52-week or 2-year high. I think it was 52-week high. A 2-year high can be more useful, but what happens is it gets to be a bit dated, especially with some like deep value stocks and stuff, and so then I would say, what's the percent to the value blend? But it's kind of fallen off. It's too much work to maintain. But that was I had done it for a while, and then I just started tracking so many names. I'm just like I can use other proxies in lieu of it. You know what I mean? Like okay, and then percent from 52-week low. I was tracking that. What had bounced strongly off the lows because I felt as though whichever ones had bounced strongly within those first couple of days and weeks, they might keep on running. I was adding more to them. You know what I mean? Which is maybe a little bit contrary to how a value investor might act, but I was thinking that it was like the market wanted to buy into them. You know what I mean? I was like eager to get more involved. I didn't back test it, so I'm not totally sure if that was true, but that was my thinking. And then I was looking for which ones are still super cheap, dirt cheap, so that I could dig in to see if there was actual a legitimate thesis there. I could dig into the bonds. I could just see, is this company going to go bankrupt? If it's not going to go bankrupt, why is it still trading at these really low prices when it should have bounced back just like the other ones had bounced back? So I've done that many times over the years when you have this big, huge rally, and then I'll dig in and look for the ones that are lagging. I'll be like, oh, what's falling behind here, and where could there still be opportunity? Do you know what I mean? So that was why this column's there. Revenues is sick just for it's a risk management. It's for risk management. So when you're dealing with real sketchy companies, right? If I see you have $1 billion in revenues, $2 billion in revenues, in GameStop's case, $7 billion in revenues or $6 billion at the time, whatever it was, I have a little bit less concern over whether there's a legitimate business there. Like if you're able to generate $7 billion in revenues, I'm like, yo, you did something right. Maybe you have potentially tremendous operating leverage if you can just make sure you don't go bankrupt, get a couple of things right. So it's a decent risk variable for me. And then if I pop up a company, I see you have 10 million in revenues or something, 100 million in revenues. I'm not even looking at you. I keep on moving. It's a screening tool. Sometimes I see 500 million in revenues, 500 million. And then I think, oh, there could be an opportunity here that's overlooked by the market because it's too small. But so it goes both ways, right? That's why I don't even mention in my investment style video that I'm like a small cap focus, although that does tend to be where I spend a lot of time, especially in the eyes of larger institutions, right? Pretty much everything I deal in. But for me, small cap is like up to like $1 billion or $2 billion or something. You know what I mean? And so anyway, and then the same thing with market cap. So market cap and revenues are kind of similar in that regard. I would have had them right next to each other, but I prefer to have market cap right next to price. And you can see, so when it's yellow like that, that means it's like, usually you think the smaller the better, right? But if you're like between 50 and 100 or less than 50, I'm like, I don't know about this. I'm a little bit more skeptical. Look at this, 2 for CRGS. I don't even know if that's a real ticker. I won't even look at it. I'm not going to look at it if you have 0 on revenues. I might double check to just make sure, like if I see a ton of buying and I'm like, oh, this looks interesting, but then I see 0, I think maybe there's an error in my data, so I'll go look it up. I'd be like, is this just screwing up or something? And then these are the ones pretty much in order what I'm looking at. I am usually using sales to price as my first one, mainly because it's the one that's least likely to be or could be manipulated. It still could be. If you can check out Shillett's book, Financial Shenanigans, if you're more curious about that stuff. And then, but also, this tends to be really dodgy companies and can be a good screening tool. EBITDA to EV, that's a great one. I still like tangible book, even though people shit on it these days. Book to price. I don't really look. I'm surprised I have earnings right there. I'd almost prefer to have operating cash flow to price and simple free cash flow to price first, and then cash too. That's okay. I think I was just grouping it by how they're traditionally viewed. Like these are kind of traditionally viewed together, but these are a little bit different. Dividend, cash, net. Oh, net's a good one too. I came across a number of opportunities that were nets. Everyone says, there's no legit nets around, but there were earlier this year. I like retained earnings to market cap. I look at these less these days, right? Sometimes I'm in like buying mode, and other times I'm just not. And then I have, so I'll look at like retained earnings to market cap as one. Revenues to debt. So there's some leverage type things, right? Z double prime score was one I was looking at. Oh, there's look, I left us a definition, huh? I left myself breadcrumbs to remember how this shit works. There's many types of quick metrics you could use. This is the one you just have to pick one, and then it needs to mean something to you. And so I went with Z double prime, and then this was, I automatically calculated some metrics here. It was a weighted one. It used Z double prime score, operating cash flow, 3-year operating cash flow divided by net common overhang, and then net common overhang divided by assets. And then it came up with a roaring kitty leverage score. Very elementary type shit. But it was my calculation, so I know what it means, and then I can sort by that. It's not so much I need to see one. It's just something you can screen by in desperate times of need, where you're looking for every last thing. And then if you want to go heavy into something, right, you got to pull up the fundamentals. You got to pull up the financial statements. That's when you really got to dig into that shit. You know what I mean? This is literally the tracker spreadsheet. That's what I'm doing for tracking. And then what I would do is, I pulled this up before, but I pulled up this industry, and what I was finding was, I'm like, I want to see all the stocks within an industry. And so that's what this is. So I can go down, to any one of these industries. I got energy, materials, industrials, consumer discretionary, all the way across, right? And then I can just click one. So let's go to materials, bring me right down there. And then I went, oh, look at materials getting crushed, huh? Look at all this red. And then I in the interest of space, I just picked some what I considered relatively important variables, ticker, name, and these are links, so they bring me to Google to search for news. They bring me to Yahoo Finance for business profile, market cap. What would this bring me to? SEC, stock charts, and so they're all links too. You know what I mean? Like I hate clicking. If you've seen my spreadsheet having to go all around. You see me do it enough. And then I can dig into any one of these companies and then and just start analyzing, or sort by market cap, price, daily percent change, percent to 52-week high, like I was talking about, insider buying, number of insiders who are buying, and then I get the business in here too, so I can just click that and I can see the business real quick. And then if I check these off, I'm not going to do it now in the interest of time, but if I check these off, it pulls up their fundamentals in my fundamental spreadsheet, so that's sick. And then if I click this, watch this, I can see all the silver charts. So I was doing this back. You can see all the silver charts. Well, what does it start with? It starts with some ETFs and stuff, but then it gets into the silver. Like I always wanted to start with the actual commodities, silver, gold, palladium. Like it starts with that, and then it gets into the individual charts. And so I see it for all of them. We in Pan American, First Majestic, then I just go through, right? So that's the thing, so everything in context, right? So if you're looking at an individual company, you want to back out and you want to say, well, what's the rest of the industry doing? Let me see what their chart's looking like. Has anyone else been buying in the industry? Blah blah blah. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. I mean, now I'm rambling, right? But you got me talking about spreadsheets, huh? Nerd alert. And then that's the insider buying. And then what was that? I better undo this though. Okay. I hope I don't even remember what the question was. I hope I answered it. Oh, we were looking at Bed Bath and Beyond. That's right. It must not have been DDS was a big mover today. It was. How come it didn't come up? Oh, it did. Oh, I typed in DDDS, I bet. There it is. So I got DDS in there. Oh, it's on my watch list. Why isn't it in the portfolio? I tell you, I'm pretty sure I know why. Oh, it's at $50 because I never thought it looked that cheap. It never looked that cheap. It looked interesting. It did get cheap enough, I gotta say. When it was in the 20s, this looked good. That was probably cheap enough. I don't really have an excuse for not buying there. I'm just too many positions. I didn't think it looked relatively cheap enough. I'm like, yeah, it's maybe a double. And now it's already done more than that, though. But bummer. Whatever. Okay, we got an insider. Didn't the insiders cut their salaries by 50% early there? That could affect their... what's up, Trent? Welcome. 50%? I don't... was it 50%? Was it a 50% haircut? That sounds high to me. It's a good point, Trey, right? So that's the thing. It's all else equal. I'll always say this. All else equal, I want to see insider buying. If I don't see it, it's not like the end of the world. And there's plenty of reasons too, like why you might see insiders selling. Maybe they're selling because they want to. Someone said this in the chat, right? They want to buy a boat or something. You know what I mean? Cut there. Yeah, was it 50%? That sounds high to me, but I can't remember. But yeah, this is but even still, I still want to see it. I don't care what the you know what I mean. It doesn't even matter what may have caused them to do it. I still want to see it, and when I don't see it, I'm disappointed. It knocks my thesis just a touch. So my point just being, Trent, whatever their rationale was, it could be the reasons insiders might buy is they just don't want to have so much exposure to a company. You know what I mean? Can you imagine? I mean, not that I thought this was likely, but there were rumors circulating that the company that you're an executive at could be going bankrupt. You really want to buy stock? Your livelihood is already on the line. You're an executive at this business. You're really going to buy shares in that company too? How do you justify that, right? That's a bad look. Now, I didn't think that was the case, right? But you can imagine being an executive who's not a security analyst, might not be super dialed in and be like, well, I don't know. Oh, we have to close our doors. And they're like, I don't know what to do right now. So you don't want to have, just like when you're managing a portfolio, you yourself are an investment, right? And so that would be if they lost their job or whatever, then to also have your stocks go down too. You know what I mean? It's like it's just a risk management type thing. So there's my point just being, Trent, there's reasons not to buy back, but again, all else equal, I'd like to see it. Oh, geez. Rob Wolf asking. Well, first of all, yeah, all solo. The spreadsheet was all mine from scratch. It's been countless iterations, Rob. I'm glad you asked that question, Rob. So, because years upon iterations upon different adjustments, and now the latest iteration was because of March and April, and there were a couple of big changes that I needed to make, which were I needed to focus my attention on in times of crunch times, as I called it. I needed to be ready to run and very quickly. I needed to have all these links accessible and blah, blah, blah. And then I needed to be faster, and so I utilized the script editor. I utilized scripts within Google Sheets, and so a lot of stuff is automated behind the scenes. It can do it automatically, and so it needed to be zippy. You see me clicking around right here, like for the longest time, it would click so slow for me to do everything. and it would take forever. And when you're trying to do quick research, especially in times like March and April, like you want to go quick so you can see everything. And I would just say countless iterations of not even just trial and error. Like you do something, you'd be like, all right, this is what I'm using now. But then you'd go learn something new, and you'd gain more experience, and you'd be like, oh, I want to implement this as part of my process too. But if I want to do that, I need this in my spreadsheet. And so this wasn't like I sat down, I'm like, this is all the stuff I'm going to need. This is after years and years of not just gaining education on spreadsheets. I mean, obviously you become more adept at spreadsheets the more you use them and stuff. But as they have grown along with my investment expertise, which is kind of interesting. And for better or worse, you know what I mean? How much time do you want to spend in spreadsheets and stuff? But we'll see. It seems it was really helpful in March and April to have this stuff, and some of it wasn't even done in time. Like I had to get it. I like if this I didn't know that we were getting out of it. I needed to be in a good place. I feel really good with its current place right now, and I also think I might be at my limits with how much I can do in spreadsheets. This should be in a platform. It's kind of foolish that it's in a spreadsheet right now, but I had no choice. But it should be in a platform, and everything speed shouldn't be an issue. You should be able to click and do all this stuff. And I'd worked on something in the past along those lines, but it didn't get rounded out, and so it's just the spreadsheets right now. And so I had to become even more experienced with the spreadsheets to make them more complex and stuff. And yeah. But it starts simple, and then there's this spreadsheet, the fundamental spreadsheet, and I have different fundamental spreadsheets, right? But and then there's the third one, the universe spreadsheet. That's where I'll add a new ticker or I'll add notes, and then it gets added to the universe, and then all these spreadsheets kind of Actually, I got more spreadsheets than that. Look at this. Portfolio, fundamentals, and then I have some helper spreadsheets. These are spreadsheets that like have the data, and then these ones will call that data into the spreadsheet. You need helper spreadsheets. I've tried to put everything into a single spreadsheet. It's a waste of time. So just accept that you might have a whole handful of spreadsheets and that they're helper ones, and that these ones will lean into them. And then the script editor, I've picked up that in the past couple of years. I should have been using that all along, but just some fairly basic scripting, but really helpful. I'm surprised. It's a free tool. As in you don't need to outlay cash to utilize these tools. I think they're really powerful, but you go to like tools and go to script editor and stuff, and if you pick up some scripting, I had to Google all around and stuff. But and if you are going to do that, go to the Google Sheets function list. That's Google Sheets. Extending Google Sheets, you can pull that up. Looks like this. If you want to learn more about spreadsheets, if you want to learn more about the spreadsheets that I use here, I have a video on the Roaring Kitty channel here where I walk through my different spreadsheets, and they're 2 hours. They're mad long. My bad. But hey, grab a beer or something if you're actually interested. But I walk through a lot of this stuff and kind of show off some of the websites that I check out, some of the tools and data that I use. But anyway, here's where you get the scripts and stuff. And yeah, I don't know. It always starts small and then it compounds, right? Just like with anything. Trey, Rush Hour's the classic. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, so good. Definitely in the classic order. I'm glad you all say. Definitely classic, right? Absolutely. Terrific. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so Alex says, if you're an executive and your stocks are like 3 to 4 and you're planning on making it to console, I don't know how you don't. Well, I mean, I kind of just respond to that. There were reasons not to, but it was almost, they didn't even get to 1 million, I don't think, and that seemed pretty small to me. Sherman owns quite a bit of shares, not that much though. It's like 2 million, 3 million or something. But yeah. They got shares from compensation too, exactly. Diversification this year, right? Especially with all that was going on. Do you really want to be investing in a company that you're at and that is where your compensation comes from, but then you also don't really know what's going on in the marketplace, like in March and April and stuff. And it's not bananas. It's not bonkers. I'm not like, what the F? What is that going on here? I'm just like, I certainly wish. I really like, check out, I talk about a lot of this stuff that's why I uploaded those videos, because I'm like, these are good questions that people are going to ask, and it'd be helpful if they just had some of my answers. But I talk about how I really like high insider ownership, right? That's not uncommon. You hear probably a lot of value investors talk about that, but I like to see the insider buying. But I like when they own a good chunk of the company, right? Because then their interests are aligned with my own, that they're trying to succeed because their ass is on the line. And it's not always a great thing. I've said this too. Sometimes you'll have families who control the business, but they kind of it's not in the best interest of shareholders per se. They're just kind of paying themselves. Sometimes you see that, but many times, especially if it's like a founder and they own a good chunk and they just really seem to care. That's it. You just got to find management teams that care, and seeing that they're buying and seeing that they have a good chunk of the company is a good indication that they might care. Oh, I don't know about. You think so? I don't know about that, Daniel. Hey, no problem, Alex. I'm glad. I hope you find some of this helpful. That's great. Q and announced buybacks. Q warnings. Oh yeah. Hey, Anshul, welcome. Not right now. I had looked into this in the past. It's maybe that's something down the line. I had looked into it this year, but not at this time. Not at this time. But maybe down the line, I can try to work on something that I could try to work on something. I had tossed around some ideas. Oh yeah. I'm glad you guys. Oh, I'm glad you guys are liking it. Sick. So, as you know, many people don't give a shit about spreadsheets, right? But as a tool, they can be really powerful. So hopefully, I mean, if you can glean some things that you may be able to use for yourself, that'd be terrific. But it's important, yeah. These are long-term, slow growth, developmental type stuff. But the good thing is that as is your investing education, right? That's you're not gonna know it all in 1 month or 3 months. Like it just takes time. So I kind of that was one thing that I kind of bought into. Like I figured it would just take some time for some of this stuff. And sometimes I do a long time where I'm not even working on the spreadsheet, right? But I'm like, all right, let me get back and just make some changes to it. Kind of picking up some things. Maybe you read a new book or learn a new topic. You're like, that seems like that could be useful. And it kind of just grows along with a lot of stuff. Yeah, it hit. Oh, you're talking about DDS. I know that seems like that should have been. That could have been even a small position. That seems like it should have been. I don't have a good excuse for that, except it's just many positions already, right? And there's probably a good chunk of positions in the Rowan Kitty portfolio that have also doubled in that time frame. But I knew there was there were some certain attributes that I liked about it. I remember looking at it back here. The reason I remember the main reason it's not in here is because I looked in March and April. First of all, I looked in March, and it never got cheap enough in March, right? I saw 35. I go, this isn't cheap enough. I definitely remember that, right? It wasn't cheap enough for me. I'm like, $40, the hell out of here. And then it sold off. But then I was kind of I was just too late. Like I already had my established positions, and I guess I was rebalancing those ones, and it kind of so this one kind of fell behind. But then I don't have an excuse for July, and I was adding to GameStop. I was adding to GameStop. That one looked more compelling to me, and damn, oh, that's okay. Remind me, Ron, kids, you up, humans. Oh yeah, just hit some local brews. Oh, from Colorado. Oh, cheers, Dusty. Okay, thank you, Dusty. Offer still. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm sure you Colorado. I'm sure you got some sweet ones out there, huh? You probably get some non-alcoholic good ones. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean, Dusty. Oh, that's what explains why there was snowing out there too, huh? Okay. Why are Disney beverages? Wait, what are Disney beverages? Oh, yes. Yeah, Alex, I talked about the spreadsheet. Yeah, no, I had been working on something. Maybe down the line, Alex, something more, some non-spread. It shouldn't be in a spreadsheet. It should not be in a spreadsheet. Let me tell you that right now. But maybe down the line, it will be, could integrate it somewhere else. You know what I mean? I know, Rod. Welcome back, Rod, huh? Welcome back. Super saucy. Oh, good. I'm glad you liked it. No problem, Rod. No problem. Great question, right? Terrific question. Oh, okay. Rod's back and he's dropping. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Talk about 6.6 billion revenue in fiscal year 2022. Multiple at one-time sales with e-commerce at 30% of revenue. There we go. Look at that. A nice and simple thesis for me, Rod. There we go. Real talk though. 6.6 billion revenue in fiscal year 2020. Multiple at one-time sales with e-commerce growing at 66%. Sick. That seems. I know the revenue. I mean, 6 points. So that's 2022. What is it now? Is this 2020? So 2021, 2020. They would have to start growing. They'd have to. I wouldn't say it's definitely low. It's a tough call because you need to start incorporating growth because there'll also be revenues will start to decline too as the console cycle lengthens. So they need to. They'll have to. Some of these initials will have to work out. You know what I mean? To get back to that $7, $8, $9 billion range. I don't know. That's the thing. We'll know within like 12 months. You know what I mean? Like they could crush it this year, even on the revenues front, right? And then maybe, then Miles, I tend to agree with you. Like some people are forecasting revenue declines next 12 months. I think, what? How? Oh, Jorge. I've read a lot, Jorge. I've a lot of books and stuff, and like kind of a lot of self education on this stuff. I'd say really it was something I was interested in, and really like I talk about in my investment style video. I'm trying to earn outsized returns, and to do that, you read a lot too, and then you start to think that you're missing something. You're like, how do I? When you're just motivated to learn about it yourself, you're like, is this everything? Do I need to learn more? And so you keep on reading, and then you're like, you never really know if you've covered it all, if you know enough, and blah blah blah. Then you just kind of got to put it into work, and so then that takes time to just gain the experience and so forth. And that's a thing. And I think I say this in one of my videos, but like the me of right now, like I look back at the me of 5 years ago. I think, oh, that's nice little roaring kitten. You know what I mean? Like I was trying hard, but it's like you just gain experience. You have more insights, right, across the board. And so the me of 5 years from now is going to look back even to the me of now and be like, oh, that's nice. Now you gain a little bit more experience. You know a little bit more now. You know what I mean? So this stuff kind of just builds gradually, and it accumulates over time. I think just staying motivated and wanting to continue doing it, maybe that's, I try to think about it. I think that maybe that's kind of the challenging part. Yeah. Hey, see you. Welcome, see you. Welcome, see you. Jorge, GM is up big after hours too. Let's see this shit. Oh, I don't think so, Jorge. I don't think that counts, Jorge. Average price on GME. Well, I mean, I got different. I'm not even sure on Shoal. I've been buying. Where the hell's the chart? This whole time. I'd say in this range, right around here. This range. What do you say? Well, no, yeah, that's the thing. No recommendation. I mean, just quickly, no recommendations. It's hard to know on Shoal if GME is even an appropriate stock for you as an individual. You know what I mean? I'll say that over and over again. But what I'd say from a general education standpoint, take GameStop out of it. But as I've shared this on my Twitter, if this should be There should be a public list of charts here, these 4 charts that you're seeing, but I would just say generally this. Again, forget even GameStop for a second, because just from a general education standpoint, when you have like some technical support below, and you're in like a box here, and then there's some potential interest from buyers. There were some institutional buyers buying in, Ryan Cohen in the $8 range, Senvest in the $9 range. Like, that tends to be a good time to like add to a position. I'm not saying you should do that here with GameStop, of course, but generally speaking, the technicals kind of they give you an assist with these types of things. And so if one were bullish on a stock like GameStop, for my aggressive style, which may not be suitable for you on show, disclaimer, for my aggressive style, then yes, it does kind of make sense on these pullbacks to these lower ranges here to maybe potentially be adding. It depends on a lot of other variables too, in the context of your portfolio, cash management, blah, blah, blah. But just pretend we're in a vacuum. For my aggressive style, it would make sense. Maybe you're trimming. These are marginal. The good chunk of the thesis was based down here, right? But for the at the margin, you're kind of trimming up here and maybe adding a little bit down there for what that's worth. But not a recommendation on Shul. Just general education. The peak of the cycle, 2022. Okay. And the market always sniffs this stuff out beforehand for sure. Not a lot in general. Nah, maybe. I discount all this pre-market stuff, post-market stuff. Even when I see a big move after hours on a tremendous amount of volume, I've seen them work the other way the next day. I can't get in. I can't get in. I'm just always going to discount this stuff. Like, my thesis is not determined or by folks who are adding after hours or pre-market. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be determined by gradual accumulation over time. And so that's why I I often will see pre or post-market action kind of not be a good indication of over time. You know what I mean? I guess it's just the time horizon type thing. I'm making this more complex than it actually is. All right, so Miles Hunt, no, and everyone's gonna have their own unique approach to this, and that's what makes this kind of fun, right? Y'all have your own unique approach that maybe you've crafted over the years. You've honed it in different ways. You even have different styles. Like, I like when people chime in here; they have a different investment style. That's cool. Sometimes it's not even a disagreement; it's just a different investment style. Like, sometimes I'll like I talked about. Sometimes I'll see a chart here, in this intraday chart, right? And then some folks will go, oh, I'm bearish on GameStop, right? And they're maybe here, right? And they're like, oh, well, I'm not bearish on GameStop. I'm bullish on GameStop, but it's because I have a different investment style, whereas they might just be trading for that very short-term thing. We're not even in disagreement. We're just different approach. So anyway, Miles, okay. So you think reading the 10Ks helps so much with the process just to have your... Well, I agree to an extent. A few big mistakes over the past few years, and definitely have learned more from those... Oh, yeah, well, definitely the failures. I agree with you 200% on that. Miles talking about how made some big mistakes over the years. He's learned more from that. That's 100% I agree with that. All the failures are what sit with you, and that's what you think about because you're afraid that you're committing a similar sin. You know what I mean? Like, you think that you're doing the same thing as you did before. You want to make sure you avoid that. Those always stick with you, right? That's where the best education is had. I mentioned that in one of my videos. I'm like... every year comes like, how am I going to look like an idiot this year, right? There's always something that makes me look like an idiot. But yeah, so on the 10K front, definitely you got to be familiar with 10Ks, the layout and stuff, what things to look for, especially if you want to go heavy into a stock. You need to know all the risk stuff, and you need to understand about 10Ks. But well, this might be a difference in style, Miles. This might be a difference. I appreciate you sharing, but so for Miles, digging through those 10Ks, getting his hands dirty, making some mistakes. There's definitely some overlap here. But I mean, I looked at quite a few 10Ks early on, but I'd say less so these days. Yeah. But sorry, it just jumped on me, and so I just saw you respond, Miles. Yeah, it's just for better or worse. But certainly, I think a key takeaway here is understanding accounting stuff, right? A basic understanding of the accountings and where to track that stuff down in the 10Ks to kind of understand what it is you're looking at, right? You need to be to a degree, fluent in those financial statements. Just kind of, if something's happening here, what's happening over there. It's great for assessing risk and opportunity and blah, blah, blah. But there's usually like some key points in the 10Ks and 10Qs that I'm looking for. But I don't know if I've ever read a 10K completely in full. Maybe I did a couple of times back in the day. That's the thing. Maybe back in the day. But make no mistake, Miles, I've made a fool of myself many a time. Whew, too many times. Okay. All those 30. Yeah, that 13F stuff is. I think people talk about that 13F stuff too much. Yeah. Oh, dry ships, dry ships back in the day, Rod. Yeah, stupid. Hey, they're good for you. It happened early. Yeah, on Shul. Oh, no problem. Good questions. Oh yeah, I remember those days. Is it still around? Is there one that's still around that I can pop in? Those charts were something to behold, huh, Rod? Whew. Oh yeah, I looked into both those, Fran and Vitamin Shop. Yeah, you can always remember those, huh, Miles? Oh, they stick with you. Mistakes were much better at teaching. Okay, so Dusty says the same thing. I think a lot of people who've been down this path, they're gonna say that shit. Education costs you money one way or another. You get that right, Dusty. NVIDIA 1998. Oh, we could have a stream dedicated to our biggest mistakes, huh? We need 12 hours for that live stream. You know what I mean? Only if trading them for a loss. Oh, a space burrito. Oh, a space burrito. What year? 99? 98? Oh, the IPO? Oh no. Oh, a space burrito. Hey, what are you gonna do? Huh? This is always gonna happen with one of them. I mean, that's a huge one, right? That's a long-term time frame. But look at this. Charts. So here, now there was other stuff going on here, right? But this is tech. This is like that Microsoft chart too that I showed. They've never paid a dividend, have they? So you had this long chart of nothingness, right? Arguably from 2002. So it was a little bit late to the party there. A little bit late to the party from 2002 to look at this. And it broke through, but then it came right back down. Not that long, and it was a little bit. What is this monthly? This is a monthly, so it's definitely a couple of months. But there was a lot going on that 2007 term, right? Then boom, 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 and then it broke out. 2016. It's a 10-bagger from there. It's a long 10 years of 13 years of nothing. You know what I mean? And I don't even have to look. I don't even have to look at any fundamentals, and it's worth taking a position based on this alone. You know what I mean? And it was a 10-bagger. So this stuff happens. Just based on charts alone, you couldn't go heavy, in my opinion. I don't think how anyone could go heavy on just a chart alone. But and you could have had a potential 10-bagger. That's the time. Then you don't know when to sell or whatever, but the charts can help you. The charts can help you with that some of that stuff. That's how I feel. I mean, it's tough to value these things too. I have tried to value NVIDIA in the past, and I couldn't get to these. I couldn't get to the multiples. That doesn't mean it's overvalued. I just don't know what the hell I'm doing. You know what I mean? That could definitely be it. But yeah, there was a lot of big winners over that time frame, huh? Wow, I forgot NVIDIA. I guess because it was so late. Yeah, we'll see, Jorge. We'll see about tomorrow. Uno, what are you, 1150? I think it still looks okay. Remember, we were almost at 13 today. What was the high? 1293. What was the low? 25? 13% swing. No shit. Wow. On no volume. No, there's nothing going on. There's nothing. Again, just my style, but general education. This is it's like it's good that it's places kind of all over the place, and I'm like, yeah, nothing's going on. I'm really so surprised. The only thing that's kind of surprising to me is the volume. It seems like there should be more volume, doesn't it? There's 130 million longs out there. I mean, it's not nothing. What is that? What is it? 4 or 5%? 4 or 5%? It's not nothing. It's just lower than I expected. People are just waiting for more info now. And again, you can kind of understand it. Did hold up well relative to some of these other ones, huh? 10%, 13%. Yeah, thanks to who tossed those out there. Oh, Macy's up 17%. Oh, let's do that shit right now. What am I doing? Industry. Consumer discretionary. Wow. Express 47%. Jeez, look at this. Apparel retailer. Wow. Hotel. Oh my God. You don't see days like this every day, huh? Look at this. Look at this green. Hotels, resorts, restaurants. Wow. And pretty much everything that was up, collectors was up, was down. Not just about. Hyperbole, I don't know. Wow. Nvidia, hard value, even now, there's an error. Could be worth way more. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting at. So Alex saying how Nvidia could maybe, within AI breakout, could be worth way more. You know what I mean? Like, it could be. I don't have the expertise to even have an opinion on that shit. I just know... I know what has worked for me in the past, and I said this on the last stream too. But the only thing I'd caution about is that sometimes things are in favor, and sometimes they're not. Real brilliant. But like things like right now, if there's an AI revolution breakout, I think things like that, while legit possibility, it's conceivable to me that it will be taken too far, and that when people think, oh well, you know what, maybe the upside isn't as big as we thought, and then it comes crashing down. And it's not so much that the AI revolution isn't a potentially huge catalyst. Just like the internet, the tech. I'm not even saying anything about bubble or anything like that. I don't care about these stocks in the current market. I'm not as dialed into it. But I just think some certain styles and certain types of stocks are in favor at times, and then at other times they're just not in favor. And that's what the market does. And so even though there's these long-term really bullish things, which could very well be true, I am stuck in my head with some of these things have been in favor for a very, very long time. And it's hard for someone like me to get involved if I'm having a tough time valuing it, or if it seems a bit stretched, or if I can't quite get there. It's just tough for me to get into something because I'm grounded in this changing perceptions and stuff. Sometimes it goes on much longer, make no mistake, but that's the thing. Like, I think there were even people saying Nvidia was super expensive at $100, and I'm just looking at the chart like, this chart looks great. You know what I mean? So that would like nullify my other concerns that I might have. It's kind of interesting. It kind of balances. I feel like it balances things out a bit. Definitely seeing that with the EV market. So I just jumped ahead, so I just saw that out. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about, right? Tremendous. And I know Hugo's been talking about that. Lots of people talk about the EVs type stuff. I can see how that's huge. I'm a doofus. I'm not that much of a doofus. You know what I mean? It's just very clearly, and I think Tesla is a manifestation of this. People are really bullish about this stuff right now. And it could be Tesla wins out, or it takes over the world. It could be, but they're very clearly in favor to me, and I just know that things like that will at some point in the future probably not be in favor. I don't want to say 100%, but that's just how the market works. Sometimes it's really giddy about stuff, and then sometimes it just doesn't give a shit. That's my starting point. That's my starting point. And then I start looking into this stuff, and then maybe I try to read about some of these things and trying to get more delved into EV and stuff. And I'm not trying that hard. But that's like, or try to look at the fundamentals. I'm like, what? I'm like, I can't, like, I can burn cash and no earnings. Someone like me can't, I stand no chance. But the charts look good to me. Pull up Tesla. Even I can see this. Boom. Super bullish. Hell, even this one was actually super bullish. But that was 27. That was a big break. Oh, but didn't do much for a while. Oh, yeah, there was a reverse split. Kind of just leveled off. But then the fake out. It was a fake out retest. Look at that. It retested. I know I've already pulled that up before, but it's trades true to the chart. And then this would have trumped my fundamentals. It just, it didn't. I didn't take a position. But I'm trying to be more active about it. You can see how inactive I am. I'm just so lazy. You see the pattern? I see it from here in your chart. Oh, double top. Oh, Jorge, which stock were you talking about? Double top? I forget. Shit, my bad. And let's just see that. Sell weeklies until they're called away. Yeah, I know. Seriously. I'm going to sleep standing up tonight. Yeah. Michael saying it's going to hinge on earnings at this point. The base case is, I agree. Remember, like, you can't bet on, the base case is that no news comes out. That's how this stuff works with any company, especially following, no, that's not true. I don't want to say especially following. It's like, we already got the form of a major partnership already. Is it likely that there's a ton of major, huge news items that they would toss out there? Possible, but likely? I don't know. Like, I kept on thinking that they would, but at this point, we're here. Consoles are here this week, and now what are we? A month from earnings. So I lean toward earnings. And even earnings, I'm not even sure. Could earnings be enough to break through this? It depends where we are. Let's see where we're at come early December. I mean, we could be broken out of this by that time. You know what I mean? I have no idea, but you need to, unless there's something crazy in earnings, because we've seen this. I've seen the same market reaction every single damn earnings. Market is unimpressed. Stock sells off sometimes, and then this one it did bounce back, but we'll have to see. MGI. You go, see you. A lot of stuff was up. Hey, see you. This ain't up that much today. Oh, but is this the double top you talk about? No, because this came after. Oh. Chart looks decent. Looks good. Is that a weekly? Yeah, looks good. See you crushing it. Oh, you see a double top in GME? I don't see it. I don't see a double top. You mean in the short term? I'll keep going. Zoom out. Where's the double top? This is breaking through. I mean, it broke through former support. That wouldn't be a double top, right? Is this what you're thinking? Like, this is the first top right here, and this is the second? That's not traditionally. That's very hard. uh, then I'll see it. Yeah, that's fair. I'm too low, Jorge. I only got one sip left. I only got one. I got do that, huh? Why can't I just get one? No, I know, right? If you just knew that prices had him. That's right. I agree. Rod's saying the best part about GME is how all the current financials mean nothing. I hyperbole, right? Insofar as the lion's share of GameStop's fair value will be dictated by future performance that isn't currently reflected in these financial statements. And what I'd say is that the current financials for me have meant downside protection. You know what I mean? That's why. So they've been important to me, and Rod would say the same thing. Rod's just is stressing the importance of how important the future is relative to these past financials, which is certainly true. And but that's the thing; even the current financials kept on improving. I'm like, wow, they're actually going to do this, and so that supports that downside. But like, yeah, 3Q, I agree on 3Q. I don't not care about 3Q, but people have been trying to like forecast the stuff. I don't really care. The thesis, the first very important part of the thesis has already unfolded according to plan. They got to the consoles and I'm basing this on the balance sheet that I saw as of Q2, and the changes that management team had made. They executed. They did it. It doesn't matter what Q. Now they're here. They've got pre-console cash. They're bundling shit. There's gonna be lines outside their door. They did it. And so I'm with you. Like 3Q, I don't care. It would be nice to have a beat, and if the market's looking at it through rose-colored glasses and it takes off, that'd be terrific. But it was always supposed to be a shitty quarter. It was always supposed to be a shitty year for GameStop. This was the thesis. It was going to be a shitty year, and it always looked way worse than it actually was. And they just had to get to the game so they could play, and now they're here. And so that's not to say, I mean, Q3 it could come out and the stock could fall, it could rise. I don't know, but it was always it's marginal. That's what Rod's getting at. It's Q4 that's important, Q1 that's important, Q2 that's important. Those are what matter bigly, right? Those matter. Those are big. And that's what I mean. Those could break. That's how my thesis could be broken. Show me the Q4 performance. Show me the Q3 Q2 and Q1 and Q2. I'd say I've been saying 12 months. I could probably tell within 2 to 3 quarters. That's probably all it would take. Biff Tannen's Almanac from Back to the Future. That's right. Yeah. If there's some, negative perceptions. Again, the stocks. We got to see where the stock price is at going into earnings, but it's run up. If, like I say, sometimes the market is looking for a reason to sell shit off. It's just give it a reason, and sometimes it's looking for a reason to get bid up. And this is why it's good for like my style that the stock price is holding in these double digits, right? Because then if it fell back down to like this $8 to $9 range, and then let's say it underperforms for the quarter, sentiment wise. And then you're right back at the $5. I'm like, $5 in December. I'm like, painful. But if it's at $12, $13, $15 and it falls 20%, you're back at like, you know what I mean? If you're at 15, you fall 20%. Can't do this right. You're at $12. It's not. It's like a big deal. I mean, for some folks that's a big deal. Not for me. That's why that bigger, that strengthening higher level is good. Yeah, I agree with Miles saying the financials don't matter as much, but the business pivots and strategy updates are going to be so interesting. That's right. Like I thought some of those would come more this quarter, but maybe that stuff's going to come out in the quarter, and that's going to be the big one. I mean, especially if we don't hear anything this month, I want to hear some updates, and it could be there's not going to be. Everyone's like hoping for some big major announcement. Myself, I would like that, something that can kind of change people's thinking about the long-term outlook for this company. But maybe it's just going to be very painfully these slow, small, incremental updates as we've been getting for the past 3 quarters. I mean, that has to be factored in as a realistic outcome as well. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we rolled out our affiliate marketing online. Here's an update. Here's not, and it will be reflected in the financials, but it's so small because it's just getting started, right? Here's an update we did. Here's some, you know what I mean? We kept on going with our vendor partnerships, but they're kind of small, and so yeah, those are coming along. And there's no big. I don't know what they could announce on the data platform type thing. You'd think that any announcement on that, teaming up with someone, if they could, but maybe it's just small. Maybe someone's just like, let's just test out the waters real small, just real slow to capitalize on that. That could be. I have no idea. In which case, then it's just, that's the thing. It continues to look to me like it's trading on sentiment. That's why that stuff's kind of more meaningful than usual. But otherwise, just waiting for the free cash flows. You know what I mean? In the past, it's in time, but that's the thing. A lot of time has passed now, which is important to me. Like if we were here and it was like a year ago, I'd be like, yo, we might still have another year or 2 years to go from here. But like, we're a year in. You know what I mean? That's sometimes it's just the market needs time to digest this stuff, and even if it is just incremental progress and there's no big headline attention grabbing headline partnership, something like that, it might be fine with some of these value plays. GameStop's still a value stock, right? I know maybe the market doesn't care about it because of some other things on a day like today, but just as time passes and then the market's like, all right, yeah, well, okay, you survived and you're getting some free cash flows, we'll bid you up. And so it's important that over a year has passed. Hell, 2 years have passed. This box is 2 years old. That's what I mean. This box may be even more relevant right now. This time, so much time has passed on this one. I've said this before, but it's almost like you got to be careful using these long-term ones, right? It still seems to be holding up pretty well, but even still, that's the good thing. The short-term one is still at like that 16 range, so it's like the same box. But yeah, we'll see. But that's the thing. The short interest too. I keep on saying that could accelerate things, but they would need a reason to close. And if it's only slow incremental progress, that's why I keep on thinking they would only close if you'd either close very gradually over the next year because there's no big news item, right? Oh, there is a big news item, and you suddenly have to close. I don't know. Can't wait to see if they drop theirs. Oh, just GME follow the Russell. Yeah, not every day, Jorge. Not every day. I generally longer term, yeah, but it's too special of a situation right now. Also, it's crushing the. Just a reminder. Yeah. GameStop is crushing the Russell for. And this just looks like the GameStop chart, right? I mean, it's just the GameStop chart, right? But this is important when we're talking about that. It's like that. This is why GameStop relatively underperformed today, is because it was crushing the Russell for unique reasons. Oh yeah, Alex was talking about this too. It seems to follow it on no news days, right? Yeah, we've had some people, Alex, trying to talk about this stuff. That's the thing. It's not so much well-versed in shorting, right? I mean, I've read a bit about shorting securities, but this is more about like what would we call this? Like structural type marketplace stuff. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know. Shorting is from 41 to 61 from May to July 2019. Well-versed in being short. Yeah. That was around a share price of 7 to 8. It's almost like market mechanics type stuff. You know what I mean? It's like it's hard to learn about that stuff without being involved with it. And maybe to us it seems really, really weird, but in the investing world it's not that weird. You know what I mean? And it's perfectly perfect level. I was gonna say it's not that crazy, right? And that they could get out no problem. But the thing to me is that why would they need to get out? There's no guarantee of something crazy that's going to be. I mean, the Microsoft news thing was kind of big, and that reaction. I mean, it's kind of given some of the back, but it's still right there. And that's the thing. That's the big thing. Like if there were something else, but that doesn't mean it's likely. Yeah, it's beyond. Yeah, it's pay grades type stuff. Exactly, Alex. You'd have to be involved with that stuff. And there's plenty of people who are, and that's who you mean. You're saying if one of those folks. I agree with you because talk about education, shit. I'd love to learn about that shit because I'm confused as hell right now. But no, I didn't. But someone was just talking about that. Was it Justin talking about that, Miles? Art of Short Selling. Justin had mentioned a book on Seeking Alpha that he quoted, and I was liking it because I thought they were good. But that's the thing. I don't think it gets into, or dead company walking. No, I didn't. That's the thing. I'd be curious as if that's just shorting strategy or is it like structural type stuff. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of a difference. Okay. Oh yeah, that it was Justin. A little bit of difference in my mind that it's more like, or maybe not. Maybe it does get into mechanics type stuff. I don't know. But no, I haven't read either of those. But maybe I should. I think I've heard of both of those. Let me pop both those up. I think, in fact, a dead company walking is definitely in one of those wish list type things. I think that I saved it somewhere. Art of Short Selling, that might be too. I don't know. Maybe, I think I might have added if Justin mentioned it. I forget. Oh yeah, Jorge. That's talking about options and stuff. No, I don't think that it's a complex discussion. That stuff's a bit more advanced, I'd say. Oh, sick! You've already. Oh, cool. Oh, I'd be curious. Yeah, Miles, let me know what you think. I haven't talked to Justin about how it was. I just read his comments on it, but really interesting. Got sidetracked, but I'm going to start it again this week. Covers it all. Oh, sick. Okay. I'd be super curious if you'd share how you feel it is when you're all done with it. Probably a book we should. I know. Seriously, I keep on saying, is there a book on shorting? It was specifically this type of setup where, how this type of stuff works as opposed to how to approach a short selling strategy. I've read a bit about that, but that's what I think. I keep on thinking that too. The other side's just wrong. You know what I mean? I think. Yeah. I think so. Maybe it's the timing. I think maybe Rod would agree with this. It's more just the timing at this point. You know what I mean? I think it's just the timing. I think the timing is the big thing for me because I think the base case right now is that there's no crazy. What am I trying to get at? Let me just get right to the point. That GameStop doesn't very quickly, smartly jump to 20 to 25, right? It doesn't do that. In which case, if we just are slowly gathering more information from the management team over time, picking up new aspects of the story, and it just slowly develops over time, and then in theory, shorts could close over time, and that there's no crazy, I need to close quick. There's just plenty of volatility and demand. Usually stocks aren't like that. Yeah. I would say the cash flows come, but then there would still be a couple of questions. Number one is come briefly and then are wasted. Yep, I'd say that they come briefly and that they're waste. Well, okay. Wait, what are we talking about here? We're talking about the other side. So when you say, when you say the other side, do you mean shorts? You must mean that. You know what? Like the bears, I'm still of the opinion bear thesis ain't dead. No, so I can rationalize the bear thesis. Okay, the short one's a little bit more. I don't know. But the bear thesis is, yes, they generated. Number one is, Rod, that they generate inadequate free cash flows in the next 3 months. That would break my thesis, and that would probably validate that bear thesis if it's just inadequate. GameStop doesn't still have a good enough market share to capitalize on this. Their cost cuts aren't going to be enough. and they're only going to generate maybe, I don't even know what their estimates were, I forget. But they're just not going to generate that much free cash flow. And in turn, they won't even have enough to turn around. And even if they did, maybe whatever little they have, they just waste. And that's how I think about it. You know what I mean? Like, the whole terminal value aspect right now, if you're playing the bear, you're like, well, we don't know the terms. It could be so small. It could be less than 1%. I'm just playing devil's advocate here, right? And it's so small that we don't even know if it's going to be meaningful and blah, blah, blah. And, well, for you and I are like, do you think that's likely? do you like, you and I are like, yeah, but can't you see how much value add GameStop brings to the table? You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason Microsoft would want to ink a partnership like this. And so the truth is I'm not 100% sure. And as long as I'm not 100% sure, it's hard for me to say that any particular thesis is again, I know you're using the right words, Rod. I'm not even disagreeing with it. You're saying it's hard for you to even rationalize the bear thesis. I don't even disagree with that. Because you use the right words. Like if people say like the bear thesis is like dead or it's definitely gone, I'm just like it's worth less than tens of millions in annual free cash flow after the years is bad. That's what I keep saying. You sound like me, Rod. Yeah, just bad. Sometimes I'll just see bad analysis. I'm like, all right, I just leave it alone. What can you do? It's like, all right, and then is it to perpetuity? Is it to perpetuity? I'd have that question too. Is it really? You know what I mean? Like that. I see the language that they use, but I still don't know 100% if how that works, and that maybe it fades. I'm doing my best, Rod, to take that outside. I agree with you on the weakness of it. I personally think it's very weak. And here's the other thing, Rod, is that it could be that I personally and you personally think it's very weak right now, but it could be that they are just very more demanding of more complete information before they're willing to get where we are right now. And this is not much different, Rod, than how value investors function. We were talking about this earlier, where maybe you and I saw tremendous value here, but the market doesn't because they actually want to see the actual execution from management, even though you and I were assigning higher probabilities to it based on what we were seeing. Then once they did it, now you got maybe Senvest buying in, who's a value investor. Maybe they were buying in the whole time. I don't know. My point is just that they were buying in the $9 range. And then some folks are like, all right, well, now I've seen a bit more. Now I'm willing to buy. And this is kind of what I mean with the bear thesis is they have this idea because they won't assign as high a probability to some of these items as you and I will. But if they start to see more, then they go, okay, well, now I'll assign a higher probability to it. And then it attenuates over time. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just we're dealing with different types of market participants. They don't think like us. They're approaching this from a different type of analytical framework. And they just need to see more for them to change those models. Whereas you and I are like, well, we've seen enough to... It's coming down to probabilities, right? I really think it's just coming down to probabilities. And their... deliberate unwillingness to increase them because that's how their framework works. It maybe like it kind of they operate under in that it's just different thought processes, and for better or worse. I mean, I still think obviously I have my opinions and my conviction and so forth. I'm never 100% right about everything, right? But so that's why I still try to think. But that's where I'm at right now, that this stuff just slowly kind of is meted out. And it just has to gradually unfold over time. But that's the thing, though. It seems that usually the market doesn't work so cleanly. The market doesn't work so smoothly. You know what I mean? Like, usually it's like, It's like, You know what I mean? Like... So it's weird for me to say, like, that's my base case. I'm just like, the market doesn't usually work, especially with this stock so shorted. It's almost like it's... But then everyone's kind of talking about it. I don't know. Remember, and so one thing that I've been thinking about, too, here, Rod, is how very little major information we got for so long. September, December, March... June, August. There was no major information, material, long-term secular risk declining information, right? They saw enough for you and I to increase blah, 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 blah. But major game-changing information, it was just scarce. We saw a story being told, and it was being, it seems as though, that's why I said that in that graphic, it seems as though, still got it? Ah, shit. It seems as though it's being implemented by the management team, right? But as far as like full-blown execution, not just yet. And like some major announcement that they've completed, like this thing, there's not necessarily an end game here where there's some major, we did it, we're here. You know what I mean? Like it's just slow, gradual progression. Except for that Microsoft thing, that was kind of big. You know what I mean? But if there's something else, maybe. But otherwise, it's maybe just that. So that's the thing. That's really the only unexpected thing that kind of was like, oh, okay, this is real, is the Microsoft thing. Is there anything else? The Microsoft news kind of sticks out to me as potentially major news that can impact a long-term bear thesis. But everything else, like cost-cutting, no. The potential for leveraging their data, not really. They need to actually do something with it. Otherwise, it's just talk. That's not to say I can't assign probabilities to. I do. But I'm trying to, the Bears, I'm like, nah. What's the other one? Like affiliate marketing and stuff. Seems like they're doing that, but they're like, that's not, they'd say that's not enough. They'd say esports, haven't even heard much. And then the social, their stores that they were doing in Tulsa, then COVID's kind of impacted that. So we'll see. The assumptions made to get no cash flow or very low terminal value just don't make. I agree. And Rod knows I agree. It only works if management is a total failure. Well, yes. If management screws up, or very low terminal value, or I mean, we're Miles. We're making assumptions ourselves to a degree about what that. I mean, we've got as much information as we can, thanks to folks like Rod and Justin trying to do tracking down what the hell is this. What's the story here? But it could be, just hypothetically, it's not as... I mean, that's the thing. I don't know how you get to zero terminal value. But maybe it's just, you know what I mean? Maybe it's just not as compelling. That's the thing. That's what they pin on. They'll always pin on some uncertainty, some unknown. And in this case, it's the details of what that arrangement is. So that whole terminal value discussion is always going to come up as part of that. Because if we get pressed and say, well, we don't know those specifics exactly, and we may say, yeah, but you can make a reasonable assumption. They may say, no, you can't. You know what I mean? It's hard to get around that. You can't get around that. It's going to be a perpetual talking point unless this works out with other partnerships or other news. That's the only way around that one, I think. You know what I mean? I think we've seen enough of the past month. Yeah, so Daniel's saying in Daniel's past, shorts have moved before most longs. They're usually fast to exit. That's right. That's what I mean. So that's what I was just saying, Daniel. Here I am saying, they'll slowly unwind. I'm kind of just trying to play the anti-squeeze type angle. But indeed, that's what I mean. Like markets aren't that like smooth. They're usually like, ah! Sounds similar to the bear thesis against Tesla. Yeah, it will exacerbate the upward movement if they're closing. Why? If they're closing, why would they close their earnings? Since I know, see, Rod, I know you know this stuff, but the pure stubbornness of the shorts here. Eduardo, are you losing faith? Oh no, am I giving that tone? That's good because I'm trying to. If this is your first night at GME Fight Club, you have to play the bear thesis. You have to argue the bear thesis. You know what I mean? No. Yeah, no, certainly not. This was more. Rod and I were just going back and forth just about the timing of some of this stuff. Like here it is, consoles are tomorrow, and just the timing of like news or even game-changing news or lack thereof. Do we just get slow incremental updates by way of quarterly updates and the free cash flows thereof? or like, because a lot of people talk about squeeze type stuff and news and stuff, and the base case, not forget GameStop, but for all these companies, is usually you don't get much significance. So even the Microsoft thing was pretty big. And so the truth is, I don't know. Maybe we get something this week. Maybe we get something before earnings. Maybe we get something at earnings. Maybe we don't get anything at earnings. And then it's just, we just continue to get the updates every earnings, which is what had been unfolding for the past 12 months. I keep on thinking that wasn't going to be the case, because now is the time till consoles are here. Everyone's talking about this stuff. If you want to do something cool, do something new, get the word out there, some crazy partnership with vendors or publishers or whatever, do it now, because people would get them in the store, right? This is the time where you want that foot traffic. You have the high attachment rates and blah, blah, blah. And that was my thinking. I have a Best Buy hat somewhere. A Best Buy hat somewhere? Really? No. Yeah, Tesla's a bit different. You see probably similar sentiment type stuff. Wouldn't surprise me. Certainly the pervasive pessimism, I'll tell you. You certainly see it in Tesla, particularly from value investors. And then for GME, it's, although I still see it in some value investors, but it's usually other folks. But still, that pervasive pessimism is what's pretty similar. Buyback wouldn't hurt. I'd agree with that. Yes. Rod's work. So Miles saying Rod's work on the e-commerce numbers and ad platform are what I'm really excited about. Cheers to Rod. Absolutely. Oh, for the affiliate marketing type stuff. Yeah. That's the thing. That'd be nice. That'd be nice to get something on that front. You know what I mean? I'm leaning toward Rod that it's just going to be, hey, we're making progress on this. We rolled this out this quarter in a big way, and you'll start seeing the impact on the bottom line. Or will it be something more than that? But indeed, they're making progress on that, and that's huge, because that's, I don't know, I have it here. There it is. Oh, I did have it. That's this one. 60 million power up members, the only sizable cross-platform DB, blah, blah, blah. Could create a high-margin ad targeting platform. It's a huge opportunity. But that takes time to get to that point. So that's what I mean. Like, it just may be these incremental updates, you know? Hey, Rod, if you have anything, if there's something else. Oh, this jumped. Hold on. Tough to value. Okay, thanks, bro. Can't wait to hear the call. Oh, Eduardo, go check the tweet. Go check the tweet in the comments. I saw it. Check it out, Eduardo. You'll have a laugh. I did see that, and it was his. I mean, that's what caught my attention, just because he was talking about stocks, talking about value and stuff. I'm like, oh shit, is he going to talk about not GameStop, but just stocks generally on Twitter? He hadn't really done that much before. I think he made a couple of comments. Yeah. And and then but not much. He did make that one comment when the Amazon article was published. The alleged GameStop's going to be a new Amazon article. He didn't comment that, but then he deleted it. And but not much else. So when I saw he commented in his past couple of tweets, he's been leaving up there. So I'm like, okay, maybe this is gonna stick around. Oh, Alex, you rolling? Alex, nice having you on here tonight. Great observations and comments tonight, huh? Cheers, Alex. I'll probably get going here soon. Look, I mean, I'm just low on beer. I only have one beer today. What a mistake. Jorge was telling me to find that double top like an hour ago. What am I gonna do, Jorge? I can't see it. Just didn't have enough. Let's get a big, huge update. I'll bring down 2 beers. You think I won't? Well, I need to get. Someone found that fridge. Didn't we find? You kidding me, Eduardo? Are you kidding me? Oh, he did. Damn, Eduardo. Hope it wasn't me. I hope I didn't do it. Oh, is that right? Oh, I'm going now. Oh, no, I think he's going to check the total. Oh, okay. Damn, I can't believe he deleted. See? Oh, here I am saying he was going to leave that stuff up. He deleted it. All right. Can he not talk about... Ah, bummer. Ah, well. Is it my fault? Hey, Cheyenne, we stuck around for Cheyenne to get back from work. Welcome, Cheyenne. Welcome. Ah, shit. Is it gone? Ah, well, whatever. Yeah, just chilling, Cheyenne. I was just saying how I might get going soon. Of course, as soon as Cheyenne comes back. Hope you had a nice day at work today, Cheyenne. Oh, shit. Oh. Missed this. Thoughts on Burry's anti-Amazon. That's his contact. Yeah, I saw that, Rod. Is it still up? I thought that was very interesting. Oh, it is. In the context of that, yeah. So it did have, I mean, more than, yeah. I mean, it did have a bit more meaning than I originally thought. That's for sure. But not too much more. But definitely, he had other thoughts too. Interesting. I know. I mean, I'm using the same word he did, but yeah. Wow. Hey, later, Miles. Later, Miles. You have a nice night. Have a nice night. Yeah, okay. Let's hope it's exciting. As we say, we've been saying that for weeks now. Nothing's happening. So hey, maybe we're gonna have a fun, crazy stream coming up. Something crazy happens. Volume dies. Nothing happens. It's crazy that it's been like a month. Oh yeah, I saw that, Alex. Yep. Oh, its description says that? Oh, but yeah. In the post, I saw that. This one. Wow. Whew. All right. Well, I think we'll round it out tonight. And what do we say? We got consoles. Oh, they're here, right? Did people ordering them tonight, right? Sick. So I mean, they're legit here. I'd have to think that there'll be some PR tomorrow, and it could just be your standard run-of-the-mill new consoles type stuff. You can look at the 2013 press releases, as Rod pointed out, pull those up to see what types of press releases they have, but I think it's just your usual standard boilerplate type stuff for a new console. But if there would be something more, I doubt it would be tomorrow or something. I think tomorrow's the focus on console, but we're checking social media too, seeing for pictures of long lines and stuff. That could be kind of fun. And then I'm curious about price action for the week and stuff, but because like the sentiment type stuff. Usually with any other stock, I'd be like, well, it's not that big of a deal because the fundamentals are what drive this type of thing, right? But I think particularly with GameStop, it's this pervasive bearish, negative sentiment and misconceptions about the company's long-term future. And so this type of a week can maybe change that a bit. It should have been changed. I think it already contributed to some degree already. You know what I mean? Like I attribute some of this move to that. But this month of November, I think now it's kind of people talking about that, going to Black Friday and then holiday shopping and all this. So we'll see what happens. But oh geez, Alex, maybe can you cop a PS5 or an Xbox? Why are you there? Oh damn. Just kidding. All right, but so everyone have a nice night. Yeah, let's see. Maybe I think they sent that PR real early this morning, so maybe we'll get that. But otherwise, I'll be checking the headlines and social media type stuff. But other than that, just focus on this box, really. So, yeah, I know, right, Dusty? Yeah. Oh, you get your tracker alerts up. That's right. Well, good luck with that. And to trade, good luck to you, Dusty, and to Trey as well. If y'all can get it, I wish you well. That'd be nice. I'm excited for it. Cheers, Space Burrito. You have a nice night. I'd be excited if someone on here can get one of those early ones. I don't know how common that they're going to be out and about. But Alex, you have a nice night too. Dusty, of course, have a nice night. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Daniel, for sure. Eduardo, you have a nice night as well. Rod, peace out, peace out. Kitty. Oh, is that Kitty? Is that Kitty? Oh, man. I was pronouncing it wrong the whole time. I'm going to go with Kitty. Kitty. Cheyenne, I hope you had a nice day at work. You have a nice day or a nice night. Jorge, peace out. We had a good group here tonight. Yeah, the order numbers too. Yeah, the order numbers. Right. Yeah, have a nice night, everybody. Okay, let me finish my last sip, huh? All right. Okay. Oh, let me get this queued up. Which one did I do? I feel like I always do. I'll do that one. At Best Buy, maybe GME will go. Yeah, mix it up. You know what you got? You got to mix up the indicators. You know. All right. Have a nice night, everybody.